Good morning, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. I'm Sonia Pat Hansen, the active president of the Dental Hygiene Board. Today is Friday, March 21st, 2025. We're commencing the meeting at 9:03. I would like to ask to please turn the cell phones off to silent and decrease the interruptions. Additional, when the board members or staff are not speaking, please remain muted to the microphone to eliminate any interference in the dialogue. For those participating remotely, please log into the WebEx website, location provided on the posted agenda of this meeting. Instructions to connect into the meeting are provided with the meeting materials. Preferred audio connection is via telephone conference and not the microphone and the speakers in your computer. The phone number and access to the code are provided as part of the connection of the meeting. There's also a physical location for the teleconference participation and location at the Dental Hygiene Board headquarters building on the first floor in the hearing room. This is official business meeting of the Dental Hygiene Board of California. When referring to this term, board, it also includes the board's committees for today's meeting. The board's meetings to discuss agenda items pertaining to the Education Committee and the Legislation Regulatory Committee only. We will establish a quorum at the full board of the adjournment and will be adjourned to the commence of the meeting. Once the committee meetings begin, we will process through the items as listed on each respective agenda. However, the chairs have the discretion to take the items out of order if warranted. This will be announced, and if a need, it will be raised. We have work and the schedule breaks every so often. One is starting at 10:30 for 15 minutes, and one is starting at 12 to 1 for lunch. Another one will be in the afternoon at 2 o'clock for another 15 minutes, if needed to relieve any time. There will be also a short break in between each committee, providing the staff time to force it up. The board welcomes public comments of any items of the agenda, and its board's intent is to ask for the public comments prior to the board acting on any agenda item. However, the board asks the public comments to pertain to the current agenda item only, as discussed during the meeting. Public comment is not intended to initiate discussion in a topic or topics non-related to the agenda item, but the opportunity to the public to express their opinion for the board's consideration. Questions asked during public comment may or may not be answered at the board's discretion, especially if the questions pertain to an item not in the agenda. The board may have the discretion to discuss it. The board does not provide the opportunity for the public on anything is not in the meeting of the agenda. This normally agenda is item 2. I would like to ask the DCA moderator to please explain how public comments will be taken during this WebEx meeting. Please, moderator.
Thank you. During public comment periods, you may click on the hand icon that is on the bottom of your WebEx screen, or if you're on a mobile device, it may be behind the 3-dot other options, and instructions will be shown on the screen. If you are a call-in user, you will be pressing *3 at that time. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. And again, we ask that you stay on topic during public comment. Thank you.
Before we begin, there are two items that we must do. First, I would like to have Executive Officer provide directions to logistics of the meeting and the event we need to evacuate the building.
Good morning, everybody. Anthony Lim, Executive Officer. Just a couple of logistic items that I'd like to tell you about. One's very important, and that's the location of the bathrooms. There's small ones right across the hall here from the hearing room. And if you want the larger ones, if you go to the left and go across the atrium, there are a set of larger bathrooms on the other side down the hallway. The second thing is, in case we need to evacuate, If you can imagine this building like a cross, each point has an exit point. But the main exit that we will use today is going out this way, make a right, and out to the parking lot. So just in case if we do need to evacuate. Thank you.
Second for today, I would like to welcome to our two new members, Julie Elner, and she's a public member, and Joanne Pacheco to my left, who is also an RDH educator and is also a member. Thanks for coming and joining us in the meeting, and we're very happy to have you, both of you. And Julie, would you like to say a few words about yourself, please?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Julie Elginer. I am from Southern California. I'm a faculty at the UCLA Fielding School of Public Health. And I want to say thank you to everyone who has reached out and welcomed me. This is not my first appointment, statewide appointment. I spent 5 years on the Board of Chiropractic Examiners as a public member. In that capacity, I was chair of the Ledge Red Committee for several years, as well as elected secretary for a number of years. So I am quickly learning or trying to come up to speed on the Dental Hygiene Board of California. However, I do have experience from a governance standpoint, and I just want to say I'm looking forward to our time together. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. How about you, Joanne?
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be joining this board. I currently serve as the director of the Dental Hygiene Program at Fresno City College. And in this role, my leadership responsibilities encompass the day-to-day operations of the program. I bring with me a wealth of experience as an RDH and 28 years in dental hygiene education. My passion lies in supporting emerging faculty and facilitating curriculum development. I'm excited to collaborate with all of you and contribute to the important work being undertaken in the name of consumer protection. Outside of my professional duties, I find balance and energy by spending time at the gym at 4:30 a.m.
Thank you so much for both of you and as well. We're so glad to have you, and you guys are a great asset to our board. At this moment, I would like to call the meeting in order to ask Board Secretary Naneli Yoli Tribal Arwal to please call the roll.
This is Nalini Lally Tribal Agrawal, and I will now call the roll. Julie Elginer, Dr.
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Present.
Sherman King, Michael Long, Justin Matthews,
Present.
Joanne Pacheco,
Present.
Dr. Pernalla, Lally Tribal present. The quorum has been established.
Thank you, Naneli. Now we move to agenda number 2, public comment to items not on the agenda.
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on an item that is not already on the agenda, instructions will be on the screen in a moment, and you will be able to click on the hand icon to raise your hand. If you do not see that, you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment, and click send. Are there any requests to comment on anything not on the agenda? And we do have a raised hand from someone, let's see, logged in as Kayla Sahara. And Kayla, I will send you a request to unmute your microphone and you'll have 2 minutes. And wonderful, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Oh, goodness, it sounds really loud. I want to bring to the board for discussion AB 341. I don't know if you all are familiar with it. You may or may not be, but it has to do with regional centers. I'm a dental coordinator and an RDHAP with Tri-Counties Regional Center, and our providers are a little, well, actually quite concerned about this bill passing. So I would like to bring it up for discussion in the future sometime. I think that's all I need to say, yeah? Or do I need to say more?
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
And I do not see any further requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Go ahead, please close that.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments? In person? Are there still any WebEx comments?
No, there are no further requests for comment.
Moderator, please close up.
Thank you.
We're moving into agenda number 3. The full board meeting is now adjourned. We adjourn at 9:14. And then commencement of the agendized for the dental hygiene committee meetings. Full board will reconvene on Saturday, March 22nd at 9 a.m.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. For those who are unfamiliar with how we operate the committee meetings, the board members who are currently at the dais, if you're not on the specific committees, which is the education and the Leg committees today, if you could have a seat in the audience and only committee members be present up here on the dais, that would be awesome. We'll take a few minute break to set up our committees. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Long, and I'm the Education Committee Meeting Chair. I'd like to call the Education Committee meeting to order. The time is 9:17 a.m. And with the board staff, please call roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long,
Present.
Sherman King, Justin Matthews,
Present.
Joanne Pacheco,
Present.
Nalini Lawley Triple Agarwal.
Present.
A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item EDU2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The Education Committee may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comment section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda in a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments for the committee to consider? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA monitor, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on an item that is not on the Education Committee agenda, you may raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. This icon may be behind the 3-dot other options if you're on a mobile device. And if you are a call-in user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. If those options do not work, you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments for items not on the agenda? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item EDU3, discussion and possible action on consideration to approve a new dental hygiene educational program by California Baptist University. I'd like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Board Member Long. On December 5th, 2024, California Baptist University submitted a letter of intent to request the Dental Hygiene Board of California to approve them to establish a Bachelor of Science in Dental Hygiene educational program based in Riverside, California, to address the educational needs as well as increase preventative oral health services and access to care in the communities of Riverside, Ontario, San Bernardino, and the many underserved populations of the Inland Empire region. On January 9th, 2025, California Baptist University submitted a feasibility study to the board for review and consideration to establish a Bachelor of Science in Dental Hygiene educational program. I'd like to invite up Dr. David Pearson, the Dean of the College of Health Science of California Baptist University, and Dr. Kelly Donovan, the founding program director of the Dental Hygiene program at California Baptist University, to present their request.
Good morning. My name is Dave Pierce. I'm the Dean of the College of Health Science, California Baptist University. So I just want to give you a minute or so of background on us and then turn it over to Dr. Donovan. But California Baptist University was established in 1950, moved to Riverside in 1954. For many decades, was small and somewhat local and regional, and we started branching out. It became a full comprehensive university over the years. Currently have several master's degrees, lost count on those, 9 doctoral degrees now, so our fully comprehensive university. The College of Health Science was established in 2010 as the College of Allied Health. 2015, we expanded to 5 departments. That's when I became the dean. And what we're looking for always is opportunities to serve our area and provide programs in areas that we deem to be underserved. And for better or worse, in the Inland Empire, we have quite a bit of needs. And so we have a lot that's underserved. We've done quite well. Some of the program offerings that we've come up with over the last decade since I've been doing this is physical therapist assistant, radiologic sciences. We're in works right now for an ultrasound program that will be starting in the fall. We have athletic training. We have the PA program that has taken off very well, and we just expanded the size of that. Our kinesiology program is the longest running program in the college, and the specialty there has really become cardiac rehabilitation, and a lot of certified exercise physiologists out doing that. Speech language pathology has been big. There's a huge need for SLPs in the area, and we've tapped into that need. So really wonderful. I am not a healthcare practitioner. My PhD is in institutional leadership policy studies. So I try to do my best to lead and lean on the people who know what they're doing in these particular areas. It's a pleasure for me to get to learn more about all of these individual programs as we go. This one has become near and dear to my heart. We've been at this now for almost 2 years, planning and working, and it's been a lot of fun. I am most interested in this program because we get the opportunity to renovate, build a facility on campus where we will actually be going out and bringing people in who need our services. And that is very important and special to me. So I'm excited. Thank you for allowing us to be here to present and answer your questions today.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Kelly Donovan, and I am the founding program director of the hygiene program, the proposed program at California Baptist University. I've been with California Baptist University for about 18 months or so, and I've been a hygienist since 1994. I've been a program director in another institution back east, and I also worked with West Coast University and Taft College.
Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and make that motion.
This is Justin Matthews. I'll make a motion. I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to provisionally approve a new dental hygiene education program offered by California Baptist University. The condition being an extendable 2-year probation period once the program begins operation.
Is there a second?
This is Pacheco. I second.
Is there any committee member discussion?
I just have a question for Dr. Petty. As they move forward, do we get updates from them as the progress moves forward? Is there anything we have to do in the interim before their program begins?
They will be consulting with me with every stage as to when they are ready to start their program. They have a timeline that is provided in the board meeting materials, and they would need to check with me at all the stages to ensure everything's going. So yes, I will be following their progress.
Okay, great. Thank you.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I just wanted to give your program kudos for the feasibility study. That was very thorough, very clean, and I hope programs who request future dental hygiene programs will do it in the same fashion.
Thank you very
It was
much.
a very nice
Appreciate
report.
that.
Yeah.
They have a good consultant here if anybody needs.
Thank you very much. I
Works
appreciate
very
it.
hard.
So appreciate that it's a bachelor's degree program
Mhm.
and that your program is regionally accredited. Any more discussion? Is there any in-person public comment?
Yes, this is Susan McLaren from the California Dental Hygienists Association. I did enjoy reading the voluminous impact report. I just have a question regarding access to care. As I read the report, it seemed like the greatest need was in Imperial County. And my question or concern is how, because your graduates will need to work for a dentist because they're RDHs, how, if there are very few dentists in that area, how do you plan to improve access to care in that area?
Sure. Obviously, at this time, we don't have a dental school, so we can't do much to add to the need for dentists. We have a need for dentists in the Inland Empire for sure, as we do for everything else, primary care. What we are taking upon ourselves to do is make an impact where we can. So we don't have a medical school, so we have not been able to add physicians to the area, but we have a PA program, and so we have been very successful at putting PAs out there. At this time, we don't see an opportunity to start a dental school, but we know that there is a huge need for hygienists. We spent a lot of time researching this and looking at it. We actually have a former board chair who is a just recently retired dentist. He did this here, looking good. And so he has been really instrumental in guiding us and knows how difficult it is to find and hire good hygienists. And so while we'll do everything we can to help attract good dentists to the area, we want to do our part, which is train hygienists and get them out there.
Can I add to that as well? We also have a very robust nursing program that has a mobile clinic and mobile facility. So they go out to the different areas of Big Bear and Hemet and those types of areas in the Inland Empire. So I plan to have the students work with the nursing students as well and in the mobile clinic and access those areas as well to prepare in those areas.
Thank you. Good morning. Tukas Okai, representing CDA. Thank you so much for your presentation and the time to discuss this and to include our letter in the meeting materials. CDA continues to find it reasonable and appropriate to support this new hygiene program in a high need area. We see that it's being open in Riverside, and it's a city without a dental hygiene program, but there's only one other dental hygiene program within 95-mile radius, and that's in San Bernardino. With 17,799 active dental hygienists in California right now and 36,161 active dentists, we've heard from our own dental members at CDA that there's challenges finding applicants for vacant RDH positions, and it's a profession in demand, as has been stated. But while we know there are various reasons for dental hygiene recruitment challenges, such as practice location and salary, if there is a demand to enter the profession and interest through applicants of a new program, CDA would support the approval of opening such a program. And we see that with Cal Baptist University opening another dental hygiene program. So thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no more in-person questions, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA monitor, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon, typically at the bottom of your WebEx screen, or you may look for the question mark icon, also at the bottom of your WebEx screen, and our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hands. We have a couple of requests, first from Elena Francisco. Elena, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone, and you'll have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. And Elena, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Elena Francisco, and I, as reading all this copious information, like Susan McLaren said, it was really interesting. But what I'm concerned about is the lack of qualified dental hygiene educators. And now in the state of California, we don't have, our students don't have to have a take a clinical board. So when they're graduating from dental hygiene school, they are supposed to be qualified to provide dental hygiene care, which they probably would be in it with the clinical board, but that's a whole nother topic. If we don't have enough qualified educators right now, how are we going to train a whole new cadre of dental hygiene students? Do you guys have a system for training educators so that when these students start out, they have trained educators to get them successfully through this program? Because putting untrained or poorly trained dental hygienists out there is really not solving the problem. Thank you.
And our next request for comment is from Ryan Weller. Ryan, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You'll have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. You're unmuted.
We have 3 dental hygiene programs within 95 miles at least. Maybe you meant a Bachelor of Science. And we have, most of them are not at capacity. At least one of them, the primary Bachelor of Science program, is at 50% last couple of years. So I'm wondering why we are thinking that there's more people that are going to be attending CBU. Perhaps it was in the packet you guys are mentioning. I didn't see that. That's a big concern of mine. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do not see any further requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. These are accepting the public comments. I leave it to your discretion if you would like to address them or not, but you don't have to.
I actually would love to address the first one, if that's okay, because Elena's comment, it is a concern that I share as well. We need more qualified educators, not just in dental hygiene, but across all of our allied health professions. And as a dean, this is what I work on all of the time. And so one of the things you're going to see, part of my job is having to be strategic. And one of the things that you're going to see as a follow-up, probably 5 years from now, is us trying to start an advanced degree program where we can train educators in this area, because we're trying to do that in our other areas as well. We're just starting a Doctor of Medical Science program to help train PA educators beyond what they are now too. So we are thinking about this as something that we take very seriously. When we get faculty candidates for comprehensive university and they hold associate's degrees in the field, that's not normal across other areas. So we want to be a part of the solution of that as well. So that's something I have thought a lot about and going forward. And Kelly came in with a lot of great ideas already about what we can do to impact that area. So I thank her for that comment. I think it's very important.
I would like to comment as well. I absolutely agree. And having the Bachelor's of Science be the minimum acceptance for the dental hygiene profession is very important. And I think it's true. We need more educators. We need more educators with master's degrees and doctorate degrees. And so we hope to start this bachelor's program and then expand on that. So we can in fact fit the need and help this area where we don't have quite enough, and we need people, to come up and have to facilitate. Appreciate that comment.
Thank you. If the board's ready, I'd like to ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long,
Aye.
Sherman King,
Aye.
Justin Matthews,
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Eleni Lawley Triple Agarwal.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move on to discussion and possible action on the proposed dental hygiene education program cohort decrease request from Cabrillo College. I ask that Dr. Adina Petty present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Long. On October 31st, 2024, the Cabrillo College Dental Hygiene Educational Program submitted to the Commission on Dental Accreditation of the American Dental Association, also known as CODA, for a request for a change in enrollment pattern. On September 1st, Cabrillo sent a copy of that request to the Dental Hygiene Board. At that time, Cabrillo was notified that they were required to obtain approval from the Dental Hygiene Board pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1105.3, little b3. Cabrillo then requested to be placed on the board's March 21st, 2022, 21st through 22nd, 2025 meeting agenda to request board approval. I would please ask Dr. Matthew Wetstein, President of Cabrillo College, Dr. Traveris Harris, Vice President of Instruction at Cabrillo College, and Dr. Heidi Weber, Dean, Health, Athletics, Wellness, and Kinesiology at Cabrillo College, to make the request, please.
Good morning. I'm Matt Wetstein, and it's my pleasure to be the president at Cabrillo College, and we're pleased to present our proposal to you today, hoping to receive approval. Obviously, with me is Dr. Traveris Harris and Heidi Weber, who are Vice President of Instruction and Dean. Thank you. We're here to answer any questions you might have and provide input if you need it.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and make that motion.
I'll make the motion. This is Justin Matthews. I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to approve the change in enrollment pattern of Cabrillo College Dental Hygiene Program to admit a cohort of 20 students every other year rather than on an annual basis.
Is there a second?
This is Sherman King. I second the motion.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. I guess my question would be what new information or new situation might bring you back to then come back to an annual cohort being admitted? What would that look like? What would you need to see for that to happen? Commenting on that. Sure.
I think the main driver for this is fiscal concerns with the funding formula for the California community college system. I think many of you are aware of the higher education budgets in California having received cuts, more so at the CSU and UC system, but it's certainly the case with Cabrillo that our funding formula represents a possible loss of cost of living adjustments going forward into the next budget cycle, declining enrollment, and the demographic challenges that we face in our district, where we have high costs of living, high costs of housing, that are driving Californians into the interior, into the Central Valley, Inland Empire as examples. So facing some budget constraints, the college is doing some downsizing as we move forward. If the budget were to turn and the revenues for the state that are given to colleges like Cabrillo would make a turn toward the positive, that would represent an opportunity for us to reconsider going back to a cohort every year. So essentially what you're seeing is a budget challenge. I think the other constraint is that for years we've had the ability to offer professional development courses that have generated some additional revenue for us in the past that are going to be declining because of the changes in regulations from this organization. And so that stream of revenue that we've had in the past is also going to be shrinking. And so those two combined factors are reasons why we're in a downsizing mode at Cabrillo. Hope that makes sense.
My question would be, has this program change been approved by the Commission on Dental Accreditation?
Yes, it has.
Any additional discussion?
Would you be willing to send that documentation to me, please?
I believe I did, but I also have a hard copy.
Oh,
right here.
perfect. Thank you.
Do you want to see it?
Yes, please.
Any additional comment?
I have an additional question about the fiscal part. Had mentioned about changes in regulations, and then the revenue stream would be changed from, what exactly are you talking about?
Do you want to address it?
Sure, yes. We call it expanded duties, and that's where we offer courses on the weekend for working professionals who need to gain new skills. Most of them come from across the United States who want to get licensed in California, and they pay a pretty large fee to take these courses. A big portion of it is online, but then they come and spend about 4 days in our clinic, usually a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And they get trained on different things, infectious control, things like that. And that's where we were generating revenue for the entire program, and also using those revenues to pay faculty salaries, which we have learned is not appropriate for your standards.
I just have a small clarification question. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. When you say extended function courses, are you talking about the SLN course? Is that what you offer? Soft tissue curettage, local anesthesia, and nitrous? Is that the
Correct.
course? Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
And then a follow-up question, are there other programs at the college that have been downsized due to the financial constraints?
Yes, absolutely. Across the campus.
Yeah, pretty much across the college, we decreased by about 25% our academic offerings across the college in aggregate.
In other healthcare programs?
Well, some healthcare programs, but not specific to healthcare programs. And medical assisting is a program we've got, I believe, half.
And in the context of nursing, we've actually pursued and are continuing to pursue expansion grants from the Chancellor's Office and the state budget. But writ large, you're probably familiar with, the funding formula has a different impact on colleges like Cabrillo, those that might be in the Central Valley. And so facing some funding restrictions and reductions, that my direction to Dr. Harris, for example, was to find savings of 5% across the board in instructional schedule. So we have fewer course offerings with part-time faculty teaching. In the current year, as an example, we have 17 faculty retire. We're hiring back 10 of those positions. So where we can find position savings like that, we're going through that kind of exercise. And you're starting to see that at places in headlines like Sonoma State, all across the country.
One follow-up question. Is the Dental Hygiene Advisory Committee in favor of this program change?
We just had a meeting a couple nights ago with our advisory board, and we did bring up this topic, and there were no oppositions to the request.
Are there public? Are there any in-person public comments?
Joanne Galliano, educational consultant. The only question I would have is how are you going to account for continuity of care? If you're taking only one group of students in a cohort and going 2 years, the first year they're going to only be able to see a certain level of patients. And then the second year, they're going to need another level of patients. How are you going to make sure that patients coming into your facility are only at the level where the students need them, and those that are not at the level that your students need them, they're too advanced or whatever, what kind of referral are you going to have for those particular patients? I just, one of the biggest services that educational programs do is having clinics that provide continuity of care to people that can't get into a regular dental office. And I mean, with this situation, I understand the budget concerns and everything like that, but I'm concerned. I would like to know how your program is going to be able to provide continuity of care for patients coming in, and how are you going to you're going to have to be selective. In other words, what are you going to do with the population that comes in that needs care that's not available because the student's unable to provide it because of, or they're on the program? And how are you going to ensure that the student has access to that person a year later? Because again, the students have to do a certain number of competencies to be able to graduate, and they're based on patient difficulties, starting very light.
30 seconds.
Right, so continuity of care is very important, and we're not downsizing in our staff. We're just downsizing in how many students we take. So there will be the same amount of oversight with our faculty and our supervising dentists. So we will respond accordingly to ensure that continuity of care is a high priority.
I think the other element I would add is that the partnerships that the college has with organizations in the community like Dientis, which provides low incomes community members with care, is an agency that we could refer folks out to if the students are unable to provide the care, that there's an opportunity for us to have a community partner who can help receive those patients. If they can't get the care from our students, they can go to a low-income community-based organization.
I think it's very unfortunate that you are finding yourselves in this position, and for the community itself to have the loss of this class and the opportunity to be served at your campus. So.
As an editorial, if there were any support we could have for funding formula changes for high-cost career education programs like in the healthcare field, it's advocacy that we would appreciate with the legislature, because we are funded on a per tuition basis. It's no different from political science or sociology students or what have you. And so when we operate higher cost programs that have low faculty ratios, student to faculty ratios, it's something that we have to carry and cover with higher enrollment programs. And so the way that the state has decided to fund community college programs in high cost career programs is something that really needs to be addressed. So we appreciate the comment.
Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A session for public comment?
Thank you. If anyone online would like to make a public comment, you may click on the hand icon to raise your hand, or you may click on the question mark icon, type the word comment, and click send. If you are a call-in user, you can press *3. The instructions are also on the screen. We do have a request for comment from someone logged in as Mustafa. Mustafa, I'm sending you a request to unmute. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
RDHAP. I'm just curious about the management part and admin part for the program. In other words, how come we, other community college managed to budget and finance their programs, community college? It just seems to me, even with your plans for continuity of care of patient, going back to the first comment, it just didn't seem solid to, and it seems that the patients and the students are the most disadvantaged part of this formula, while admins doesn't seem innovative in finding these solution to finance. And the last part, what is moving forward in the time when we have actually real shortage in hygiene in the profession, as CDA and others, CDHA are clear. We're going the other direction with your administration.
Just a reminder that the public comment doesn't need to be answered by you, but if you'd like to comment on that, you can. Are there any other WebEx comments, questions?
I do not see any further requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask Crystal to call roll and record the vote for this.
Wait, this Sherman King. I'm a public member. I have one question. I don't know much about your operations, but I hear that your faculty member remain the same, right? So that means your cost is same. So why not, when you increase more students, that you increase more income? But why would you reduce that? Okay, that's something I don't know your operation, so maybe you can answer.
You know, the faculty who teach in the program will remain the same, but the number of units assigned to that will shrink because you're only going to have one cohort versus two, right? So the number of course sections, clinical sections will compress. So the overall cost of instruction and running the program will go down, but the faculty that we have teaching in the program will remain the same, if that makes sense. They'll have a reduced load assigned to them.
Okay, so number of faculty is same, but then the hour they works less. Right?
Correct.
So that means you reduce the cost. Okay.
Correct.
If the board's ready for the vote, I'll ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long.
Aye.
Sherman King. Justin Matthews.
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco.
Nay.
Nalini Lawley Triple Agarwal.
Aye.
Motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item EDU 5, discussion and possible action on a proposed dental hygiene education program schedule request from Concord Career College. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Sorry, I had to find where I was. Concord Career College requests for the Dental Hygiene Board of California to consider a request to accept the current academic schedule for all three Concord Career College educational programs at Garden Grove, San Bernardino, and San Diego. The current schedule is 9 weeks of instruction, with the 10th week being final exams. Actually, they're at 9.5 weeks. So half week of final exams, 9 weeks of instruction. I would please ask Edward Cramp, attorney at Dwayne Morris LLP, and Kimberly Pennington, program director at Concord Career College, San Diego, to come up and present the request, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Edward Cramp. I'm a partner in the education practice at the Dwayne Morris Law Firm. I also am in higher education. I work as an adjunct faculty member at Drexel University College of Law and Education. I'm here today with client representative Kimberly Penn to talk with you for a few minutes about the structure of Concord's RDH program. This is really about scheduling more than anything else. Before we get into the substance of it, which Kimberly's going to address, I would like to just kind of set the table for you for just a moment, process-wise. I would like to thank Anthony Lum and also Dr. Petty for their help kind of getting to where we are today. I work with a lot of boards, licensing boards at the Department of Consumer Affairs, and Tony and Dr. Petty are so helpful in getting through this process. So thank you again for your assistance. We're in an interesting situation. You may recall that we came together at the November board meeting last year, and there was the beginning of a consideration of a site visit finding relating to the San Diego campus program. And then there were some procedural issues we needed to resolve. I think Concord had a response that wasn't yet due, and this panel did not have a chance to consider it, and so that was moved until this board meeting. In the interim, there was not just the San Diego site visit, but also a visit to the other programs at Garden Grove, and then just recently at the San Bernardino campus. Concord has submitted a response to Dr. Petty and the staff for the Garden Grove program, and I believe all the findings have been resolved with the exception of one, which is this issue about scheduling, which we'll talk about here. With regard to San Bernardino, the site visit has been conducted and the findings have been provided to the college, but the college's response is not due until April 11th, and so that process is not yet complete. But the issue at all three campuses is the same. It is with respect to the length of the schedule for each term of instruction. And the reason we're here today is that even though compliance is not required until July 1, the programs and the college really felt that it would be better to come to the board ahead of the compliance deadline to try to resolve this so that we could work this out in the most business-like manner possible, instead of being out of compliance in July or trying to get into compliance and not really being sure what the status was. We just didn't think that that was the right thing to do for the students or the faculty or for the board, public in general. So that's how we came to be where we are today. The ask is that for Concord's program, which is structured in quarter terms, the way it is currently structured, it is, as Dr. Petty represented to you, it is 9 full weeks of instruction plus exams in the 10th week, and then a short couple of days for break, and then moving on to the next term the following week. Kimberly's going to describe for you in detail what the proposal is, but essentially we would like to maintain the program in its current status, which I know that there are materials Dr. Petty has provided, at least on the public table on the about kind of the history of the programs and the status of their approvals. But I would like to highlight for all of you that this program, all of these programs have operated in this way for many, many years with some slight changes. I mean, it was a little bit different, but basically having 9+ weeks of instruction and then the exams in the final 10th week with that. If the panel decides today, and if the board concludes tomorrow that that's not acceptable, that the program has to extend its program to 10 full weeks of instruction plus exams after that, that is going to have impacts on the students of the program because it's going to extend the term. Remember that everyone who is enrolled in Concord's program, and these are high intensity programs designed to get students all the education they need, qualified for the exams, and the proof really there in the pudding in terms of our outcomes from those exams for many years. Every student who enrolls in a Concord program goes in eyes open that it is an accelerated program. And these are adult learners almost exclusively. They plan their lives around being out of that program in the scheduled amount of time. If we add another week longer to these terms, that is going to extend the length of the program by 1 week or more for every term of instruction. So for a nine-term program, right, for a 9-term program, we're looking at an extension of at least 9 weeks. So 2+ months of additional time. And that is going to be profoundly impactful on the students who not only are going to have to stay in school longer, and for those who are borrowing to go to school, not just for their tuition, but also for their living expenses, they're going to have to borrow more money to go to school just to live and get through school. They're not going to complete the program as scheduled, which means they are not going to be in the workforce, which means they are not going to be earning money, which means they are not going to be providing for their families as they plan for in their lives. And so we'll talk in a little bit about the flexibility that this board has to approve non-standard terms. But I just want to highlight for you this moment why this is so important to the students, that they have the ability to complete this program as scheduled. Kimberly.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I am Kimberly Pennington. I'm the program director for Concord Career College and Dental in San Diego. So like Ed said, we are here today to talk about the schedule and how it is run at the school. So it is on a nine week. We do 9 weeks of instruction. There are some instruction in the last week along with exams, which is in the 10th week. But however, it does end a little bit early on a Wednesday. So what we are proposing is to keep that schedule, to keep it going as far as the students. We've had great outcomes with our students, and one of the big things that our students do say anytime that I have an interview with them of how I always ask them, why are you choosing Concord? And one of the main questions, probably 99% of the students will say to me, is because you provide us with an education that gets me out in the work field, and I've been referred here because of the accelerated program. And it is an accelerated program, but our outcomes are very. And I know in our letter for the modification, in the modification letter that we sent to the board, we talked about our term schedule like it had been for basically since the day that we started with Concord, which was we considered the full 10 weeks. It does include exams in the last couple days and then instruction in the first few days, with the students having a break of 1 week in between terms before the next schedule. This gives our instructors the calibration that they need to get together, and our faculty as well, and the students a reprieve time. So if the board wouldn't accept our current schedule, we were asking that the board accept the schedule that we had in place for almost 10 years before that. And in our site visits through CODA, we have been approved through CODA. In our site visits through DHBC, we have given both DHBC and CODA our actual schedules, our syllabus that show that we have instruction and we have exams in the last week, and we were approved upon that in the past. So that's what we're asking. If you do not approve where we're at today, but to approve what we always had done in the past.
So I would like to just also highlight for the members that I don't think there's any question that this program addresses all of the subject areas that need to be addressed by approved program. in California. And there's also no dispute that the program not only meets but exceeds the contact hours that are required to meet the minimum thresholds. I believe that they're 5 or 10% in excess of those hours. Sorry, Dr. Petty, I don't know off the top of my head, but it is a longer program than is absolutely necessary under the current law. So, really what we're talking about here is just a scheduling issue. It's just a matter of whether this program, the 10th week of instruction is going to be counted because it has exams in it or not. And, just point out that this program has been approved at all of these campuses for many, many years and has been in this current form or a slight variation on the current form for that time. So we think that the board has the ability to approve this program. In fact, the board has approved this program in its current form. There is language in both the Business and Professions Code under Section 1941A and under the Code of Regulations, California Code of Regulations, Section 1103A, that provides that the board can approve a program length different than the standard terms. So we would encourage you to, in full disclosure, Dr. Petty and I disagree about the meaning of that, but that's okay. We can disagree on things, but we think it's important that the board recognizes flexibility for a couple of reasons. One, it serves students' interests and gives them options. And I know that this board has in the past addressed, students should have options in terms of the types and nature of programs that they are going to, as long as they meet the minimum standards. Second, it gives institutions flexibility. And I think that institutional flexibility is something that is important, sometimes lost in the discussion a little bit because certainly the board appropriately views its primary mission as consumer protection, both protection of the public and protection of students. But institutional flexibility and institutional discretion is also important. Almost all of you are educators. Certainly Mr. Long, Ms. Pacheco, Dr. Matthews, you all work in higher education, normal lives, and you know that having some degree of flexibility there is certainly very important. If we don't allow any institutions to have flexibility on this point, then that would be unfortunate, because there is a need as demonstrated by Concord's enrollments, and that need can be met successfully as demonstrated by their outcomes under the supervision of this board and as the staff, including. So that's what we have. We're happy to answer questions. We're really anxious to have a discussion with you about this because we do think it's an important point, and I hope that all of you can understand and appreciate why we are coming ahead of the compliance deadline of this conversation with you.
Thank you. If we have a presentation.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. My staff has put together a presentation in regards to the school specifics as far as the dental hygiene educational program, and we'd like to present that now. For those participants on WebEx, we're just adjusting what's going on in the hearing room right now.
So my first slide, academic requirements from the Dental Hygiene Board of California. The length of instruction in the educational program shall include 2 academic years of full-time instruction at the post-secondary college level or its equivalent, and a minimum of 1,600 clock hours. That can be found in California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1105B3. Anne, could you please advance? Now, the DHBC also has the academic year definition. Academic year means a period of education consisting of a minimum of 45 quarter units or 30 semester units within a 12-month period, or 3 quarters or 2 semesters within a 12-month period, or a duration deemed equivalent thereto by the Dental Hygiene Board. So that is what Mr. Cramp was referring to with 16 CCR Section 1103A. Anne, please advance. Now, the DHBC quarters definition. A quarter means at least 10 weeks of instruction. So that's required by 16 CCR 1103 little z. As CCC does not use semesters or quarters, but utilizes terms, the board determined a CCC term is equivalent to a quarter. So that is where the definition comes into interpretation. So they do not refer to quarters, so they refer to terms. So the DHBC board determined that their term is equal to a quarter. So, a CCC term shall mean at least 10 weeks of instruction pursuant to 16 CCR 1103Z. Anne, please advance. So, instruction is also defined. Instruction upon all levels shall be conducted upon the premise that the dental hygiene education must meet the test of a true university discipline and shall include lectures, laboratory experiments, and exercises in clinical practice under supervision by the faculty. Therefore, instruction shall not include final exams. Anne, please advance. Okay, so if you look at the comparison sheet I provided to you, it's also in the memo. So the Concord's instruction, from what they sent me, instruction began on February 10th. It ends on April 9th. So that total instruction is of 9 weeks. And then their final exams were April 14th through the 16th. Same thing for the 3rd quarter of 2025 and 4th quarter of 2025. So again, it's 9 weeks of instruction, and the final 3 days are in the 10th week is the final exams. Now, for comparison, I gave you post-secondary college level institutions. Foothill College, which has a dental hygiene and dental hygiene educational program, they begin the winter quarter of 2025, they began January 26th, they ended March 23rd. So their instruction was actually 11 weeks, and final exams consisted from March 24th through will proceed through March 24th through 28th. Same thing with university. I also took a gathering of a few other institutions that I did note that were on quarter terms, and University of California, San Diego, UC Davis, and California Polytechnic. They all had 10 weeks of instruction with final exams on March 17th, with the finals week after that 10th week. So I also did provide you a handout, and that handout, if you look at education code, so post-secondary education, private post-secondary education who is over for-profit institutions or the private post-secondary institutions, it's Education Code Section 94812. Academic year means a period including a minimum of 30 weeks of instructional time in which a full-time student attending that institution that measures educational program length and credit hours completes 24 semesters or trimester hours 24 semester or trimester hours or 36 quarter hours, or an institution that measures educational program length and clock hours complete at least 900 clock hours. So the education code for the Bureau of Private Post-Secondary Education defines it in a very similar way. So I did provide the California Code of Regulations requirements, our definitions as well. So it's not only in the memo, but the handout I provided for you. Now, when I first started doing site visits, December of 2016, I've learned a lot since then. And unfortunately, this was an oversight in previous educational program reviews for the Concords. And if you look, or when I went over their documentation, it would say, instruction, 45 instruction hours and what have you. And what it finally where the omission is they had lecture 10 and it was final exams. So I did not see that. So they were saying 10 weeks of instruction, but that final, it was, lecture 10 was the exam, the final exam. So that's why I inadvertently omitted that or did not catch it. So I apologize to the board and to the Concords for not catching that at that time. So obviously I've learned since, and so that's why it came up this time, and that's how I caught it this time. So unfortunately, I'm not perfect, but I did catch it, and once it's caught, it needed to be addressed. So that is why I brought it to the board at this point. That help, hopefully?
We don't have a motion yet, so I believe we should go to ask for a motion at this point, because I see that there's going to be several questions. So please, if we can have a motion, please identify yourself and make that motion.
This is Nalini Lawley Tribble. I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to disapprove the request to accept the current academic schedule for the dental hygiene educational programs at Garden Grove, San Bernardino, and San Diego.
Pacheco, second.
Is there any committee member discussion?
This is Pacheco. My concern is that the instruction is under the purview of the faculty, and faculty typically are very supportive of the program and the instruction that's being presented. My concern is when you have faculty that are concerned about the quality of instruction, the compressed schedule, and the student's ability to absorb and retain the information, and what this compressed schedule does to the students' mental health.
So, I'm sorry, was there a faculty concern that we're unaware of?
In the meeting material, there were 2 letters included.
3 letters.
Or 3 letters, and then I received a 4th that unfortunately didn't make it in time. So it's in the meeting materials.
Somehow we didn't receive those or didn't see them in the PDF that was published online.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Okay, I apologize. We looked through it's quite lengthy, as you know, 700 pages or something, but we did look through those and somehow we missed it, but apologize, we didn't see that.
Would this have been the first time you heard of faculty concerns about the schedule?
I think the faculty are.
We did address faculty concerns when we left.
Mm-hmm.
So when we end our site visit, we discuss with the administration what occurred, and we did share with the administration at the Concords, probably Mr. Cramp wasn't aware of it, but we did share with the faculty, excuse me, with the administration of the faculty concerns of the compressed schedules, no breaks. We did address that with the administration at each campus right during our site visit. So unfortunately, Mr. Cramp probably was not privy to that or was not informed of that.
I think that you and I talked about some of that offline, some of those conversations that you had. I'm more concerned that I didn't see the letter, so I apologize, Ms. Pacheco, that I didn't see that ahead of. Thank you for bringing it up. If I have a second, I'll run to the back and go grab the binder. But I think that Kimberly had something she wanted to just add in response to Dr. Petty's presentation.
In the schedule that we asked for modification to in the letter that we sent, that we have done in the past is there is instruction in the last week. There is instruction, and if there's a class that has, if it's being seen twice a week, there would be an instruction that week, and then there would be a final in the same week because that class is held more than one day. And there's also clinics and labs in that same week. So it's not just finals where we end instruction in the 9th week. There is some instruction in that 10th week along with, but there are exams.
But I did go through the
And some of the
Dakota
classes-
site visit and it said, and all the ones I saw, lecture 10, final exam, lecture 10, final exam.
Oh, so all of them said that? Because, okay, because when I was teaching as an instructor for Concord and we had that same schedule, we would have instruction maybe on Monday and a final on Friday.
Right, but
For
it has to be 10 full weeks, so,
Right,
you know.
Right, I understand.
So along with those comments, then where is the time for the student to study for the final exam? If in that same week they are provided instruction?
It does, that is part of the compressed schedule. And students, I mean, they know this going into the program.
I teach at UOP. UOP is also a condensed program. First, when the students interview, we interview the students too, and we let them know what the program's
Right.
about.
Absolutely.
Students don't know what they're getting themselves into.
They
just
never do.
see that it's a shorter program. They'll get out earlier. If you offer them a 2-week program, they'd take it. I'm concerned that the schedule is really aggressive. I was looking at the days off and the prep time for your students with the exams and time off, and I review my own schedule with UOP. And what I came up with is that UOP offers their students 40 days off, non-weekend days off, plus 3 days during the Monday of exam week, they have a full study day, and then they take their final exams. I looked at your schedule, and your students have 28 days off, holidays and breaks. And I know it's aggressive. My students have an aggressive schedule, and I see the pressure on them. This is just really aggressive. And then a comment that it's only a scheduling thing. This is not a scheduling thing. This is about people's health and their sanity, their retention factor for the program. What we do is really difficult. Like taking a bladed instrument under a gum blindly is not something you could just learn overnight. It takes time. I think your schedule is really aggressive.
So, Ms. Pacheco, I did thank you, Mr. Law, for helping me find the pages in the book. I did take a look at these. I will just note, the names where these have come from has been blacked out. We have, to my knowledge, I assume his knowledge, the college has not received these directly from him. So it's hard to know. I mean, I know it's not court, and so the rules of evidence don't apply. Hard for me to say, is this really a faculty member? Is it not a faculty member? This could be written by a student. This could be written by a former faculty member who was terminated for some reason from the college. I mean, there are a lot of possible explanations for this. I don't know. I would just say that, for Concord, this is the kind of feedback that Concord would like to receive internally. from its faculty so that it can take action. It's a little disappointing that it was raised in this way, in an anonymous way. See that this was sent on March 3rd. One was sent at 8:08 p.m. One was sent at 7:46 p.m. It just, to me, it just, something doesn't feel quite right.
But you do have to realize this was brought up by every faculty member, or every program, a faculty member brought this up. And so what I read, and yes, I do have to protect, my sources. What these exact items were brought up by each of the programs, by the faculty in our interview of the faculty. At every site visit, I provide the opportunity for dental hygiene students and faculty to provide any information they wish me to be aware of, or kudos, or anything they want to tell the board. I provide that opportunity, and at each of the Concord campuses, this was brought up at each campus.
So I guess I'm curious, were these unsolicited comments or were these solicited?
These letters?
Yeah.
Completely unsolicited. I was surprised to receive them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just speaking frankly, it just seems odd that they came in because, as you know, Dr. Petty, you had asked us to provide feedback to you in advance of the meeting by February 28th, was given as a cutoff date. These letters were written after that cutoff date, but they made it into the materials in front of this panel. And so it just, to me, feels a little bit janky sorry, I'm using a colloquialism. It just seems a little bit unfair that we were given a cutoff date of February 28th for comments in order to put in, and then these letters show up. We don't know who they're from. We aren't able to provide a rebuttal. I apologize, it's my fault for not seeing them in the materials ahead of time. But I'm just saying, from a process standpoint, we came here today prepared to have a conversation with all of you about this. It would have been nice to know that this had been submitted after the cutoff date. So,
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer, just a couple of points to make. The first is that, yes, the complaints from the faculty did make it into the meeting materials. However, we did also provide an extension of a presentation from you. There was the last communication that I had with you, Ed, was that PowerPoint slides were going to be coming. I left that open through actually this week, the beginning of this week, to receive those. I never did. Those would have been included in this presentation for your program. So we do accommodate, last minute items that may come in, whether those made it into the actual materials or if they would have been included as an addendum to the materials, that point would have been moot anyways. My second point is getting away from, the complaints and everything as far as the program is concerned. My concern is that what's stated in the law is what we hold accountable for all the dental hygiene programs in the state. And that's for minimum competency for them to be able to provide their programs that we oversee. So with, and I respect the expedited goals of your program and everything, but again, what's stated in law are minimum requirements. And these aren't things that the board made up. Those were the things that the legislature has granted us to hold these dental hygiene programs accountable to. So that's my concern, is that Concords are falling short of that minimum competency. If you want to make it 12 weeks long, we have no problem with that. But cutting it short below the 10-week threshold, there is an issue there. So that's my concern.
In your presentation, you had mentioned Concord serving adult learners. Can you define what an adult learner is for me, please? In your view?
Yeah, they're typically non-traditional university students. So in other words, they are either older, or meaning outside of the 18 to 24 range, or second career or something else.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question, can you or your colleague provide information about the last time you officially solicited feedback from your faculty on a change like this? And what that feedback was?
Sure. So we did discuss the modification going back to the 5, so it would be a 5 full days of instruction and exams instead of 3 days of instruction and exams, which is what we used to do. And my faculty were super excited about that because it was over 10 weeks and then they would get 10 weeks, they would get 1 full week off in between terms. So that would give the faculty members the collaboration that they, to get their school, to get all of their preparation done for the next term. So it would be basically the 10 weeks would include exams, but then the following week would be off, which would be different than what it is right now, where it's 9 weeks and 3 days. And within those 3 days, there's exams and clinic and labs. So this would take it back to what it was previously, where it was 10 weeks. We had a few days of clinics and labs and maybe some instruction and then exams at the end of the week. Then they would get from Saturday all the way through the other weekend, which ends up being more than a week off until their next term start. And my faculty personally was very happy to hear that we could possibly go back to that. You're welcome.
As a program director, it is the duty of the program director to follow the Practice Act and the standards. I think if the faculty knew that the schedule was not following the law, I wonder if they would be as supportive to follow the schedule.
Well, I'll answer that if you don't mind, Ms. Pacheco. I mean, I think we have, it's okay for people to have disagreements about the meaning of the law. From my own personal experience at Drexel, we're actually in a final exams this week, but we also had an instructional period this week. It's the same. It's a 10-week term. From my point of view as an educator, the exams are instruction. Now, I am cognizant of Dr. Petty pointing out some of the statutory definitions, and again, we respectfully disagree with each other on some of those. But an exam in some ways is a form of instruction. Students learn through taking exams. They also learn through practical interactions and through didactic instruction and different things. But I don't think that it's fair to characterize this as being outside the law. I think it's just that it's a different interpretation of what the law means. Sometimes when the law gets very, very specific about things, in the attempt to get very specific about it, it actually makes things harder to come to agreement on what those specifics mean. So.
This is Anthony Lem again, Executive Officer. So the interpretation of the law, as I'm looking at it, says as Concord uses their quote terms as quarters, and a quarter definition for our purposes is quarter means at least 10 weeks of instruction. Just like you mentioned, as far as your participation in Drexel is 10 weeks long. In looking at Concord schedules, they're 9.5 weeks. So that's, including your final exams and the like. So that still cuts it short of what the minimum requirements are that's stated in the Dental Practice Act or the laws that we govern all dental hygiene programs state by. So, I think the Education Committee is personally on the right track with this because it's not conforming with what's stated in law. Thank you.
In our letter that we sent for March the 28th, we asked for the modification proposal, which does include 10 full weeks of instruction and exams. So like what he was saying with Drexel, where they have exams and instruction in the last week, it was for the full 10 weeks. And that's what we asked for our modification in our letter, if we could modify back to that, not the 9 weeks and 3 days.
Instruction in that 10th week is clinical?
Clinical, we have some clinical, and if there were 2 days, if there, say there, it's usually labs and clinics and final exams. And usually the week of that, the classroom that would be, let's say a lecture, if there was 2 lectures in that week, we would have most likely a review for the students, and then they would do their exam on the Thursday or Friday. So that's kind of how that's how it was set up before. And so we were asking to revert back to that. And there were some classes that only meet once a week. So then they would have had time to study until the last days, because we could change our days of instruction or our days of exams until the end of the week. So we have that flexibility in our schedule to do that as well.
I believe, as Dr. Petty mentioned earlier, it was an oversight on her part to allow that to be part of your process.
I was just answering his question as far as the 10 weeks, because he said that it was different than Drexel, but it really actually was the same. So.
Yeah, and I mean, I will, the one just final thing I just remind everyone is that in the CCRs, there is this section that talks about the board having this flexibility to approve a program at a duration deemed equivalent by the dental hygiene board. So, I don't think there's any reason for anybody to feel like this program is out of compliance for this reason or that reason. I mean, this board does have that ability to look at a program and under the totality of circumstances say, I think that this is the equivalent. And so, you folks have the unenviable job of making the hard decisions and calling the balls and strikes. And, we certainly respect the board and the staff's views on that. But I hope that also you can appreciate the spirit in which we are coming to all of you today to have this conversation, because we really do want to do the right thing. We're just your guidance on how to do that. So
I have a question for Dr. Penn. As an oversight, how do we move forward with this new proposition of them having to resolve or be compliant with the law? Oh.
10 weeks, including exams, 1 week of a term break, and then.
But that's not equivalent to what all the other programs are doing. Yeah, no, the other programs, whether they're on semester or if they're on quarter, they have 10 full weeks of instruction, and then the 11th or the 15th or they have to have a minimum of 15 in a semester. So the 16th, some are 17, week 17 are their final exams.
And Ms. Tribble-Aguilar, we will obviously continue to work with Dr. Petty and staff in advance of the July 1 compliance date, to make sure that the programs are where they need to be by then. So I'm honestly actually not sure that there's, on your motion, we can just continue to work with Dr. Petty if that's easier, but we just wanted to have the conversation with you all today in order to get clarity.
I'd like to invite any public in-person comment at this time.
Joanne Galliano, educational consultant, who obviously with Dr. Petty has been on all the site visits for the institutions that are in question here. And in all fairness, we see this when we talk to faculty and students, this change was a corporate decision. It wasn't a decision made by faculty or made by students. And I do support Michael's comment that students, even though they know they're getting into an accelerated program, many of these students have not ever been a full-time student. So much less understand what the impact of trying to be a full-time student in a dental hygiene program is going to be. Night clinics, Saturday clinics, clinics where they're having to go to class all day, then go to a clinic in the evening, things like that. What we saw, and again, we do this anonymously. We go see the students and we see the faculty. It's anonymous. We let them express what they feel are the pluses of the programs and also the minuses. And this has consistently come up with faculty and with students, this acceleration. And even the students, they appreciate that they're going to get out sooner, but a lot of them are feeling the stress of trying to deal with families and trying to deal with a workload that to them has become unrealistic in the sense that now Saturday clinics, evening clinics. So what they perceived as something that was manageable is something that's not necessarily manageable. And I really do feel that the board at this point needs to consider the needs of the students and the faculty as
30 seconds.
So I would encourage you, I think the motion needs to be to disapprove the current schedule and to mandate that the schedule becomes a 10-week schedule with a final exam.
Thank you. Any other in-person comments, questions? Thank you. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA monitor, would you please facilitate the Q&A Q&A feature for public comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Instructions are on the screen. If you can't find the hand icon, the question mark icon would work. You click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. And our call-in users may always press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments at this time? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I do want to thank Ed because we have been communicating regularly on these issues. And just wanted to say that I know the motion on the table right now is to disapprove your request, but that doesn't mean that we won't stop continuing to work with you on this and it get brought back again.
Yeah, no, thank you, Tony. I mean, it absolutely committed to getting this right and making sure that it meets the standards and the board is satisfied that this is a program that's in the best interest of the students, the faculty, and the public, as for sure. So, not to worry.
Any other discussion? Board's ready to vote. Thank you. I'll ask Crystal to call roll and record the vote for this agenda item.
Michael, could we restate the motion, please, just for clarity?
The motion was for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to disapprove the request to accept the current academic schedule for the dental hygiene educational program at Garden Grove, San Bernardino, and San Diego. You're welcome. Crystal?
This is Crystal Yuyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long,
Aye.
Sherman King, Justin Matthews,
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Eleni Lawley Triple Agarwal.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We're going to take a break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 11 o'clock. Okay, we're back from the break. Thank you. Now we'll move on to agenda item EDU 6, Dental Hygiene Education Program Site Visit Update and Schedule. I'd like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this informational agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Long. So there are several colleges we are updating the board on. The first one's Pasadena City College. They are currently in temporary compliance. Their quarterly report has been added to the board meeting materials, and they are working towards compliance, full compliance. Taft College, they are currently in compliance. They submitted their quarterly report and they're doing just fine. Cabrillo College, they're currently in compliance. The Cabrillo reports are included in the board meeting materials and doing fine as well. Cypress College, currently they are in compliance. We were waiting on one piece of documentation that had to go through their board approval, and so now they're currently in full compliance. Concord Career College, San Diego, we did provide the reports. They are currently not in compliance, and you all know the Concord situation. So nothing new on. So it's just simply a 10-week instructional. Cerritos College, they are not in compliance. However, they're almost in compliance. Unfortunately, the program director wasn't able to get that last piece of compliance to me yet, but they're on track to be in compliance very shortly. Concord Career College, Garden Grove, they are currently not in compliance. The reports are attached to the board meeting materials. Again, the 10-week instructional length of program. Carrington College, San Jose, currently they are not in compliance. We did a site visit on February 12th, so pretty recently, and so there's still time for them to submit their compliance documentation. Concord San Bernardino, they again are not in compliance. There was an unannounced site or an announced site visit due to complaints received by the board. Luckily, those complaints were deemed as not valid, and but they're not in compliance because again of the 10-week semester. And the final one is West Los Angeles College. We just did the site visit on February 25th, so they have time to come into compliance. The report is currently in the board meeting materials, so they're working towards compliance. The first documentation was due and they submitted it ahead of time, so they have time to make their compliance very shortly. Cabrillo College, they received a new program director, so at some point we will go back and take a look at the program. Same with Carrington Sacramento, they received a new program director, so the board had determined every time there's a major change, such as a new program director or some sort of major change, that we go back and do a site visit to ensure compliance. So that's why at some point there will be future site visits coming up. We completed the site visit on February 12th for Carrington San Jose, Cerritos December 2nd. There is a site visit that we have to schedule because CODA rearranged their schedule for Diablo Valley College. So we delayed our site visit to fall of 2025 when CODA is going to go in. We try not to create too much disruption in a program, so we like following CODA after their visit. So it's in fall of 2025, so we'll follow up with that with their self-study. West Coast University will determine our site visit. It'll be sometime shortly because their CODA site visits May 6th through 7th. And West Los Angeles College, we saw them on February 25th. Their CODA site visit was the 20th to the 21st. Any concerns or questions?
Is there any committee discussion? Seeing any in-person discussion? Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature on public comments?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the site visit update, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand, and instructions are on the screen. If you cannot make that hand raise button work, you can look for the question mark, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on the site visits? We do have a raised hand from Linda Brookman. Linda, I'm sending you a request to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. And Linda, you can look for a pop-up that says unmute me. There you go, you're unmuted.
Speaker of the House, CDHA, former educator, and an RDHAP. My question was just on these, the recommendations from the board. Are these recommendations for these site visits available to the public for us to see? Was that an attachment that I did not see? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do not see any other requests for comment at this time. Shall I close public comment?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Berkman, are you, the site visit reports, all the documentation starts on page 574 of the board meeting materials, and all the documentation follows that. All the site visit reports follow that.
Thank you, Dr. Petty. We'll now move on to agenda item EDU 7, future agenda items. Are there any committee members' recommendations or comments for future agenda committee items? Seeing none. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comments?
Certainly. And again, if anyone would like to make a comment, you can press the hand icon to raise your hand. The instructions are on the screen, and we can circle back with Linda Brookman. I'm sending you that request to unmute. Go ahead.
Yes, Linda Brookman again. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate place to bring this up, but for future agendas for the Educational Committee, Chair Long, would it be appropriate to add adding ITR programs to all AP programs? Currently, there is only one ITR program being done by Paula Glassman at North State, and it's difficult for APs to take these courses. They're very crowded, and it would be nice if there was one in Southern California as well. And I was wondering if each AP program would be able to add this to their curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, I do not see any further requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
And agenda item 8 is the adjournment of this committee. So I'd like to thank you all for attending the Education Committee meeting, which is now adjourned at 11:11 a.m. Thank you.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. We're going to take a short break so we can set up for the Legislative and Regulatory Committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lolly Agarwal, and as the Legislation and Regulatory Committee Chair, I would like to call the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting to order. The time is 11:16, and I would ask Board Staff Crystal Uyama to call the roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Lolly Agarwal.
Present.
Julie Elginer.
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen.
Present.
Michael Long. Sridevi Panala. A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
We will now move to agenda item Ledge Reg 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The Legislation and Regulatory Committee may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comment section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment for an item that is not already on the agenda, you may look for the hand icon, typically at the bottom of your WebEx screen, or if you're on a mobile device, it might be behind the three-dot other options. If you're a calling user, you always press *3 to raise your hand. And if you would prefer, you can use the Q&A comment feature, which is the question mark icon. And then once you click that, you'll have a text box. You can type the word comment and click send. Are there any comments on items not on the agenda? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to Agenda Ledge Reg 3, update regarding California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1005, Minimum Standards to Infection Control. Informational only. I would ask Executive Officer Lum to present this agenda item.
Thank you. This is Executive Officer Anthony Lum with the update on the infection control regulations. And since we have a new committee member, I just kind of wanted to give a brief background as to these infection control regulations. The discussion with the dental board, who we collaborate with on these regulations, actually began in 2018. They were short meetings, and we really didn't start working on the language or anything like that. But then, of course, in 2020, you all know what happened there. It's called the pandemic that hit. So these regulations kind of went to sidebar. And in 2024, actually, dental board picked up the baton and started running with that to try and update these infection control regulations. And all through 2024, they did a whole bunch of things. They created a work group and worked with our board, subject matter experts and staff, to draft some regulatory language. And we're blessed to have our new board member, Joanne Pacheco, who was on the dental board's task force at that time, or work group, I should say. So throughout 2024, the language was worked through by both programs, and a draft was actually presented to this board at our November meeting. That draft was actually approved by our board. However, it was supposed to go, once we approve it, then it'll go to the dental board, or vice versa, because we're supposed to collaborate on it. And what happened was we approved it in November. Then the language went to the dental board at their February 2025 meeting. They received numerous comments in regards to the draft language and were open to revise some of that. So they did not vote on the language, but agreed to return with a new draft after working with us on it. So that's the point that we're at right now, is their experts and subject matter experts and work group have looked at the language. presented some draft language for and sent it to us for our subject matter experts and staff to review. Because we were prepping for this meeting, we haven't had a chance to do that yet, but we will be meeting in the near future. So the plan for that is to, if we have our task force and staff review the language, come to a consensus if not too many edits need to be made, the dental board would then like to present a new draft at their May 2025 board meetings. If they do come to a consensus on that language, then it will be represented to this board or this committee first at our July meeting. So hopefully that will wrap up the consensus of both boards to finish off this regulation. That's the history on this and the update that I can give at this time. So if there's any questions, open.
Excuse me, Chair, may I ask a question? At some point, Tony, would you mind providing me with the composition of who sits on that workforce, the task force, the working group from both us and from the Dental Hygiene Board? I'd just like to have a sense of who's been working on that language.
Sure, I
Thank
can
you.
obtain that.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Is there any legislation and regulatory committee member discussion? Is there any in-person comments, public comments? Are there any WebEx public comments? BCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon and click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on this report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda Ledge Reg 4, discussion and possible action on amendments to 16 CCR Section 1116.5, Registered Dental Hygienist and Alternative Practice, Physical Faculty Registration. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Agarwal. On January 1st, 2025, California Code of Regulations, abbreviated as CCR, Title 16, Section 1116.5, went into effect for the registration of physical facilities by registered dental hygienists in alternative practice, RDHAPs. Subsequently, the Dental Hygiene Board was informed about some confusion regarding the requirements for registration of physical facilities as a standalone practice versus registration of physical facilities to maintain portable equipment. In an effort to address those concerns, board staff prepared the attached proposed amendments to the previously approved language and form for 16 CCR Section 1116.5 for conciseness. So if you will refer to the Ledge Reg addendum, there's an addendum that was provided. And let me know when you're ready, and I'll go through the changes. It was emailed. Yeah. Okay. Let me know when you're all. Good. Okay. So on page 6 of the addendum, there is it's technically page 5 of the proposed text. So 6 of the full roll-up and page 5 of the proposed text, there is a section highlighted. And to clarify and make it easier for RDHAPs, we put for RDHAPs who only utilize portable equipment and do not maintain a physical facility for patient treatment, subsections C, E, and G of this subdivision do not apply. If an RDHAP utilizing portable equipment does not administer local anesthesia pursuant to 16 CCR section 1118, H of this subdivision does not apply. So if an RDHAP is only maintaining their equipment at a physical facility, then they do not need to have access to the facility with ADA compliance. They do not have to have toilet facilities within the hygiene facility, and they do not need a working automated external defibrillator or AED. Then if they do not administer local anesthesia, they do not need to have a self-contained portable emergency oxygen unit with administration equipment. So that's the change. So it is only if they have a physical facility where they treat patients, those requirements stay. But if they're just using it to maintain their equipment, sterilize their equipment, not seeing any patients whatsoever at their facility, then they do not need those items. Okay? So then if you also scroll down to page 10 of the roll-up, you'll see the amended application form. And I made a few changes. The first change is it's changed from new of 11 of 2022 to amended 3 of 2025. We also defined a physical facility on page 11. Again, all the changes I highlighted in aqua for your convenience for ease of reading. A physical facility is defined in 16 CCR section 1116.5 as a fixed structure in which dental hygiene services are rendered or where portable equipment is maintained. So we defined it there to make it easier. And then I struck out physical facility and added RDHAP owner. This way, it's a little bit more clear that it's an RDHAP requirement rather than the physical facility. There was a typo, and so that was fixed. So it was 1116, and we replaced it with 1116.5, which is the correct California Code of Regulations section. Then on page 12, you'll see more changes from physical facility owner to the RDHAP owner. So that is the change on page 12. We just made it a little bit more clear. We struck out does and substituted will, the RDHAP owner on page 13. We did that for questions 19 and 20. We also did add on question 23 on page 13, not applicable, God bless you, to portable equipment registration. If registering portable equipment, check this box. So again, we made it more clear to who this applies to. We did the same change to question 26 on page 14 of the roll-up. If registering portable equipment and local anesthesia is not utilized by the RDHAP, they check the box. And it's not applicable to portable equipment registration if the RDHAP does not administer local anesthesia pursuant to 16 CCR section 1118. So we made that definition to make it more clear there. And those are the changes. Again, this was just to make it more clear because RDHAPs were having some concerns and we wanted to make it as clear as possible. Any questions?
Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make the motion.
Board Member Long. I move for the Legislation and Regulatory Committee to recommend to the full board to approve the proposed amended language and form for 16 CCR section 1116.5 and direct the staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency for review. The board does not receive any comments providing objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the proposed action or to the proposed procedures followed by the board in the proposing or adopting the action. The board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any technical or non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearing is requested, the board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process and adopt the proposed regulations as described in the text notice in 16 CCR section 1116.5.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I, Sonia Hansen, is seconded.
Are there any public comments? Are there any
Board discussion.
Are there any committee member discussion?
I just want to thank Dr. Petty for reviewing this with me and making these clarifications on the form.
Public comment? Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. And if you cannot make that hand raise feature work, you can go to the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box, and click send. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. We have a request for comment from Brenda Lee. Brenda, I'm sending you a request to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. And Brenda, you should see a pop-up that says unmute me. All right, Brenda seems to be struggling at that. As a reminder, Brenda, you can also click on the question mark icon and type your comment in there if your microphone settings are not working. I'll move on to the next person who's raised their hand, and that is Kirsten Anderson. Kirsten, I'll send you a request to unmute. You're unmuted. Go ahead. And Kirsten, we're not hearing your voice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Great, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Kirsten Anderson. I'm a practicing RDHAP in a rural area of California called Ridgecrest out in Kern County. And I'm not sure that this is the right time for this. This is my first meeting with you guys. First, I do appreciate those clarifications in the registration requirements. That does make it a little bit more clear for us. But my concern here is the portable oxygen requirement. I've been running into issues getting this for my brick and mortar practice because it does require a prescription. And unfortunately, RDHAPs do not have prescription writing abilities. And being rural, it makes it difficult having a relationship with a dentist to order this for you as needed. So I'm not sure when this concern can be addressed, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, Brenda, I will try again to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Oh, there you go. You're unmuted. So.
Good morning, board members.
There you go. We can hear you now.
Perfect. So this is what my fellow AP just commented on in regards to oxygen tank and AED requirements for registration of a physical facility. Based off my research, I have also found out that both these medical devices, AED and oxygen tank, require physician's prescription to lawfully purchase. And so it's kind of thrown a barrier as far as how we can meet this current amendment of the CCR. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do not see any further requests to comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, we have one more person. Elena Francisco, I'm going to send you a request to unmute and you'll have 2 minutes. And you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Again, Elena Francisco, RDHAP. I am also kind of concerned. I think most of us RDHAPs were kind of blindsided by starting to get this mandate, the form to sign. I mean, I've been teaching the RDHAP program at University of the Pacific for, I don't know, since the pandemic started, 4 or 5 years. And I did not know that we were required to have the AED and the oxygen on our brick and mortar practices. I mean, the oxygen I understand, but again, as somebody's mentioned, it is a problem because we have to get a prescription we have to have it, but we can't afford, we can't buy it. Same with local anesthesia. If we want to do it, we can't buy it. And I just would like to know where we can find the original what do I want to call it? The discussion of when the California Dental Hygiene Board decided that we all needed AEDs in our practice. Dentists don't have to have them. Physicians don't have to have them. What was the rationale for a dental RDHAP being required to have an AED on their premise? I'd like to find the original paperwork so I could read through it and understand it better. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, I do not see, I do see one more request from call-in user 15, the 909 area code. If you would like to press *6, that should unmute you. There you
Hi,
go.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Nawatney, and I am an RDHAP. I don't have a physical facility. I have portable equipment, but just addressing the AED requirements that some of the other commoners have mentioned. My concern is how, like Alina had mentioned, how this came about to be a requirement when, as she had mentioned as well, that it's currently not a requirement in dental offices. And it seems unfair to impose this requirement specifically on RDHAPs who typically perform non-invasive procedures and have a lower likelihood of medical emergencies that would need an AED. So as Alina had mentioned, I, again, would also like to see the paperwork or the justification for this to be placed on RDHAP. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. And are there any other requests for comment? All right, I do not see any further requests. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record.
So the information that the call-in commenters were requesting, the board approved the language on November 19th of 2022, and it was sent to publication for the 45-day comment period on, give me a second. The notice was filed on January 23 of 2024, and it was published on February 2nd, 2024 for the 45-day comment period. So you will find, if you go to our website at dhbc.ca.gov, there is the laws and regulations page. Those are still up, and all the sections that were posted for the 45-day comment period are on there. So you're free, all the information's on there. So you'll be able to find when it was added. Thank you.
Is there additional?
Thank you. Dr. Petty?
You could also find the minutes on November 19th of 2022. That's where you'll find the approval of the board in those minutes.
Another comment.
Thank you, Dr. Adina Petty. I do have a question in regards to that. Thank you so much for being so thorough on all your information. As a board, since we're a regulatory board, what can we do to facilitate people to have access to this? Is this legislative? What can we do as a board to move this forward for
Access to what?
access for them to have the prescription, or the access to them to get the prescription for them to have that portability?
So I did a little research, and the AEDs the AEDs need a prescription, and that was found. But the prescription is more a general prescription. So if you go on the AED sales website, the AED manufacturers and sellers will direct you how to get that. So that was the first thing. So they could go to their own private physician if they wanted to get, because AEDs are available everywhere. You know, even in this building, we have one. So there are special forms that they can fill out in order to obtain those AEDs. Now, as far as oxygen, that was a legislative requirement, and that was SB 534, it looks like. And so the oxygen for local anesthesia was in 16 CCR 1108, and that is due to legislative mandate for administration of local anesthesia. So the thought of the board at the time was the RDHAPs would have to have the relationship with a dentist. And so the board felt that the referring dentist would be able to assist them in getting the prescription, because they not only need a prescription for local anesthesia, oxygen, and even fluoride, they need it. So any changes like that, any kind of prescriptive ability would have to go through legislatively. We can't do it. It would have to be statutory. It couldn't be regulations.
Thank you for clarifying that. I do think that it's such a key component to have the RDHAPs working on this and be able to have the facility for them to access those. And also, on the other hand, I do understand our regulatory part of it is to protection of the consumer. So that being said, that is her job in this case. And I hope that they obtain a facility for them to create access to get those prescriptions needed for them to do the magnificent work they do outside. Thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you.
If I can comment, it's my opinion that the relationship agreement between the RDHAP and the dentist is regarding patient care and not ordering supplies. So I would like to see in the future the RDHAP have the ability to order the supplies that they need to treat the patients under their scope of practice.
Thank you.
I have one more comment before we vote. If we are voting to approve this as written, does that mean the conversation of oxygen and AED not be, how would we bring that up again if we wanted to have a further discussion? Are these two separate things, or are we having the discussion now during the open, once the package is open?
So the package is open as it is. So how regulations progress is you approve the language, and then it goes through a 45, it goes through all our approvals, and then it gets published by the Office of Administrative Law. At that point, we have a 45-day comment period, and all dental hygienists and all licensees, as well as all the public who, our blast list, our email listserv. Anybody that wants updates from the Dental Hygiene Board will be receiving that 45-day comment period. So at that 45-day comment period, they can send in their statement saying, we don't want to have the AED, we don't want to have, and then the board, I would bring those comments back to the board after that 45-day comment period, and the board has the option to change the language again at that time. But then it would have to go then through, not, it's okay. It would have to go through another 15-day comment period as to the decision of the board.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
To follow on that, so there's no way to expedite this for the APs to be able to get the oxygen as they follow this process. You have to go the 45 days and come back to the board in 15 days. Then we can make
what it is. Yeah.
to clarify.
Take any. We have 2 years. Okay. Some of my.
We're having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Ann.
Thank you.
So some of them go quicker. Like if you look at, let's see, 1105B4 faculty to student ratio, we got that done in under a year. But it depends on how many comments come in and the approval process. You never know. Whereas 1116.5, we started in 2022, and that's after we actually started that in like 2019, but we needed legislative authority to do inspections, so we had to wait for the legislation to go through. And so that went through 11/19/2022, and it didn't get approved. Oh, exactly 2 years, 11/22/2024. So there's no way to speed things up. I mean, it could go faster, may not.
That's the process.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Petty. I would now ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item. Oh, you have a comment. Sorry.
McLaren, CDHA. I'm wondering if, since it's not a legislative matter, could you remove the AED requirement without causing an issue? There does seem to be some kind of prejudice here in terms of not requiring them for dental offices, so why for RDHAP offices?
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. First thing is we don't have purview over dental offices, and we do have purview over the RDHAP remote offices. The second thing on that is we wanted to implement the AED requirement because these HAPs work in such rural areas. They need the equipment in case of an emergency. So it's something where we felt that AEDs are pretty standard now. They've been around for, I don't know, 2 decades. And so it's a pretty standard precaution to have the tools available if something were to go awry in the practice facility.
I'd just like to expand a little bit on that too. Working in public health, I had a portability, meaning that we went into mobile units and we're required to have a lot more extensive items that they will be having at the regular offices. In this case, once again, regulatory part of the board is just to seek the protection of the consumer. In case something were to happen, these wonderful people that goes out and work, does their work and don't have the access to those things, they're not able to resuscitate or have any medical access at the moment that they would otherwise have in the regular offices. So it is just to protect the consumer, not to impose penalties or hardship into others, but it's just to make sure that they're well equipped to do the work they needed in the rural areas as needed. So I hope that gets you a little bit more understanding. If I don't, we're more happy to expand that for you.
I also want to just clarify that if there is some concern regarding the portable oxygen requirement, given the fact that it was created through the statutes, through SB 534, this might be an opportunity for the trade associations to be able to lift that issue up through their processes. Just keep in mind that as we're discussing also the AED requirements as a consumer protection standpoint and specifically from a population health standpoint, particularly as was mentioned, these are not in facilities. I feel strongly that it should remain and that I'm open to consideration. I look forward to the comments that will proceed during the open comment period. Thank you.
I do. Member Hanson, you had brought up using mobile dentistry to go into rural areas. Were they required to have an AED?
During the time that I was into, no. So eras has changed, items have changed the consumer protection. So we will require other items that were not required the regular practice. If that answers your question, I wish I could say yes. I'm no longer working in the public health. I did it for 10 years, but now I work in a facility.
It's my understanding that doing restorative dentistry in mobile areas and in remote areas, they do not require AED.
I'm not sure, like I said,
No,
they did.
they don't.
do.
Yeah, they don't at this point.
I want to comment. So we recently got a mobile van and I'm working on the requirements, and AED is a requirement in the mobile vans. So I think the thing about AED, it's available everywhere in the gyms, in the malls. So it's actually has become a requirement as a population health safety aspect. So I'm not sure how we can fight that as a, when you're really looking at the consumer protection aspect, and the cost of AED also has gone down a lot. It's almost like 1/4 the price of what it used to be 2 years ago. So I think this is more for a consumer protection aspect. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other public comment?
Shall I open the WebEx public comments?
Open up the web. Yes, please.
Thank you. And we have reopened the public comment feature in WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Or our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hands. Are there any further public comments? Thank you. I do not see any further requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask Anthony to call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Anthony Lum, Executive Officer, to call the roll. Lali Tribble Agarwal,
Aye.
Julie Elginer,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Aye.
Michael Long,
Aye.
and Sridevi Panal. Motion passes.
Thank you. We will now move on to Agenda Reg 5, Regulatory Update, Status of Dental Hygiene Board of California Regulatory Packages, Informational Only. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
You aren't tired of me yet?
No.
Okay. So on page 579 of your board meeting packet, you'll see the rulemaking files that have been approved and the status of most of them, or yes, most of them. The ones that are updated since our November board meeting, 1116 mobile dental was approved on 11/22/24, and it became effective January 1st of 2025. Same with RDHAP practice registration, the physical facilities, same dates, 11/22/24, and it became effective January 1st of 2025. We also have 1105.4 appeals process and reinstatement of withdrawn dental hygiene educational programs. That was approved on January 27th of 2025, and it was approved, or it will be effective April 1st, 2025. We have still working on periodontal classifications. That's in progress. And 1116.5, just reopened it today, and so the board approved the language, so we will be moving forward with that shortly. And to those of you who were asking about timelines, I do have the processing times right afterwards on page 581. So it kind of gives you a little bit of idea of how long it takes to get through the regulatory process. Any questions?
You. Is there any legislation and regulatory committee member discussion? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users can press *3 to raise your hand. And if you cannot get that to work, you can try the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Are there any comments at this time? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to Agenda Reg 4, discussion and possible action to amend 2025 DHBC Omnibus Bill proposal. I would ask Executive Officer Anthony Lum to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this agenda item for the omnibus bill kind of have to break out in 3 parts here. First is at our November 2024 board meeting, we did have some proposed omnibus bill language that basically just changed some of the nomenclature in the law. It basically put like dental in front of hygiene board and things like that, just very minor changes. And those were approved at that time. However, since that time, and those were accepted and submitted to the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee, and they accepted it in putting it in the current omnibus bill. Let me take one step back, just so I can refresh. The omnibus bill is a bill that the Senate Business and Professions and Economic Development Committee puts out for programs to make non-substantive changes to their law. And it's done every year, and it's something that we've always done to make minor corrections and things like that that help our program out. Again, the draft language that staff proposed was approved by this board in November. Moving forward, the second part of this story is that at our November meeting, I also proposed some new language, statutory language, and was directed by the board to seek an author, a legislative author, to carry that language. Unfortunately, through due diligence, I failed to obtain an author. And a couple of reasons for that is, one is bad timing. That's not an official reason, but the bad timing equivalates to this year, the legislature has been very inundated with a high volume of requests for new legislation. The second thing is, towards the end of last year, the governor reduced the number of bills that each legislator could propose from 50 to 35. So that condensed their subject matter that they could address. And all the legislators that I contacted, they said our language that I was proposing has total merit and everything, and they loved it, but they just didn't have that subject matter as part of one of their particular bills that they're proposing. So in looking at different options that we may have, I reached out to the Senate BMP staffers to see if some of our proposed statutory language, let me see if I get this right, some of our proposed statutory language that was approved could be inserted into the omnibus bill through an amendment of a future amendment of that omnibus bill. So they reviewed our language and they said potentially some of the language in there has good merit and it could be included in the omnibus bill after an amendment is done. But what I needed to do first was obtain committee and then subsequently board approval for this language to be moved and approved to be potentially submitted into the omnibus bill. The staffers did say that it may not be all of the items that are listed in the omnibus bill, the proposed language, but it could be one or two pieces. But to overall get the umbrella approval for all these sections in hopes of all of them going in, that's what I present to the committee today. And the language begins on page 585 of the meeting materials. So in going through these different sections, the first one, I'll highlight on page 585, is actually a request that came to me from the California Dental Hygienists Association. And what happened was they had a bill last year that because the dental board removed the dental hygienist member from their board, they worked out an agreement to where we no longer have to, the dental hygienists no longer have to run scope of practice issues by the dental board. Unfortunately, one section of the law that says that, as identified on page 585 and highlighted, was missed through that bill. So the request came through that if I'm able to submit an approval for the omnibus bill, that this be included. It's already been approved by Senate BMP, so it's not that it's substantive. It's basically removing language that was already approved. So that's the first one. And in going through these, the second one, when you're looking at the next page, which starts on page 586, this was language that was presented in Business and Professions Code 1915.1, which would allow dental hygiene students to work at sponsored events. The dental board in prior years had legislation that approved for dental students to do this, and it was a good thing for access to care. So I'm hoping, this one moves forward And I think it's a good thing because for access to care for those individuals that need it. Moving down to the next section on page 588. This section that's highlighted in 1926.3 would basically just require RDHAPs to report where their working location is at the time of license renewal. And this is because currently the board honestly has no idea where RDHAPs are working. They report to us once they receive the license within 30 days of where they are working. But say if somebody gets licensed in Southern California and they move to Northern California, there's no requirement in law that tells them that they have to indicate to us of where they're working. We know generally where their location is based upon their address of record, but whether they're actually working in those locations is kind of a mystery right now. So with this having a new requirement for them to report and just let us know, we're in this section of California or we're in this county of California, it gives us a better understanding of the needs and the distribution of licensees in the state. Moving down to the next section, which starts on the bottom of page 588. Business and Professions Code 1944 basically just clarifies a fee that's kind of combined right now. Currently, the fee language states that the application fee and the initial license fee are combined to charge $250. So what we wanted to do, just for clarity and for the public, is to licensees too, or applicants, is to break those fees out into two separate ones. So we want to have a separate application fee and we want to have the initial licensure fee listed separately for clarification. The fee does not change in this total, as you can see. In the highlighted green area, the first fee is the application fee, which will remain $100. And the initial license fee is $150, and that's been in place for years. It's always been this board's intent to not charge non-licensed individuals an excessive amount, and these are still fair fees that we're charging. Moving down to the next section. Where's my next section? Well, in looking at this and not noticing it before, I guess my next section is moot. We'll look at proposing that language later. So those are the changes that I just request for this committee to approve to propose to the omnibus bill staffers. And I request your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Please identify and then make the motion.
This is Julie Elginer. I move for the Legislation and Regulatory Committee to review the proposed amendments to the 2025 Omnibus Bill SB 861, requesting the BPC sections 1905A8, 1915.1, 1926.3, 1941, 1944, and 1961.5. If the committee determines these changes are warranted, I move for the committee to approve the proposed statutory language and recommend to the full board to consider all or part of the language be used in an amendment in the omnibus bill.
Thank you.
Hi, Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just a clarification on the motion. That last section, 1961.5, that was the section that was left out. So just wanted to let you know.
Okay. Can I move to amend my motion? So strike the addition or the inclusion of 1961.5.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Shri Punala, seconding.
Is there any legislation and regulatory committee member discussion?
I do have one question, and this is for our executive officer. If any of these items are not allowed in the Senate BMP omnibus bill, is your intent then to go back to the legislature and to determine if through the spot bill that may have died and or any other legislative components that maybe held in suspense that they could repurpose the bill to be able to include this language?
That is my hope. And, if I'm still unable to obtain legislative pursuits, we'll continue on this. This language is something that the board would like to pursue. So if it's not successful in this legislative session, we'll stay on it. Thank you.
Any other? Are there any in-person public comments?
To McLaren CDHA. I just have a question regarding 1915.1, Mr. Lum. I remember the discussion when it was talked about the 1-to-5 ratio being for clinical services, but I thought there was a discussion saying that the ratio was waived, or 1-to-6 when non-clinical. I wonder if that needs to be in the language. Are you understanding me?
So the language that you're speaking about, this is the language that was approved by the board. So what you're referring to was so number 5, D5, page 587 of the board meeting materials. So little d5 supervision ratios were 1 clinical supervising faculty member to 5 dental hygiene students. That remained. And then we allowed the dental hygiene students to perform local anesthesia. That was the change that was requested. So if you look at D7, dental hygiene students shall perform those procedures authorized by subdivisions A and B of section 1909 under the direct supervision of a dentist. So that was added in because originally that was a prohibited item. So the board said yes to allowing them to do local anesthesia and curettage if a dentist is present. So that was the change that was made. And then we added that as number 7 and then renumbered number 7 to 8. And that's where they can't do 1907 subdivision B, 1908 subdivision C and D, and 1910 and 1910.5. So that the board remained or allowed it to remain as prohibited. And then we added number 9, that for any clinical procedures, the designated clinical supervising faculty shall be responsible for assessing the patient treated by the dental hygiene student. So
I'm just wondering, is it clear that unless if it's not a procedure that there is less supervision requirement? Is it clear? I'm only wanting it to be clear.
Okay.
Thank you. Comment?
I just want to say thank you for clearing on that and doing your cross-check and making sure everything is clear to you. When it's not, please let us know. We'll make sure that it's right. We'll try to find out a way to clear it for you. Thank you for clearing that.
So
Are there any WebEx public comment? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Certainly. This is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment on the omnibus motion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. And if you cannot get that to work, you may go to the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on the motion or the bill? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record votes for the agenda item.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I will call the roll. Crystal. Lolly Tribble Aguilar.
Aye.
Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen.
Aye.
Michael Long. Dr. Shervevi Vanilla. Motion passes.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item Leg Reg 7, legislative update, bills of interest, and legislative calendar. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item. Sorry about that. We are going to go to lunch now and return in an hour, 1:15. Thank you. afternoon. I'd like to start the meeting at 1:18 p.m. Before I move on to agenda item 7.
Madam Chairman, I would like, since I voted on the prevailing side of item 6 for the omnibus bill, I'd like to reintroduce that to get some clarification on clinical procedure. There was a question about ratio procedures, and I would like to reopen that and see if we can get some more question. So specifically regarding little D5 under BPC 1915.1, Dr. Petty, its question was, what are the clinical procedures that can be ratio 1 to 5 versus additional procedures that can be setting?
I'm sorry, you're going to need to use your microphone.
I'm sorry, Ann.
No, that's all right.
So in section 1909, which is local subdivisions A and B of 1909, that would be administration of local anesthesia and curettage. And then subdivision A of 1910, which is scaling, root planing, and therapeutic interventions as such. Okay. I think the confusion was performing clinical procedures. Those were the ones that were necessary to have the 1:5 ratio. They were talking about the board at the time, and correct me if someone remembers differently, that was the intention of the clinical procedures. If they're just doing toothbrush instruction or fluoride, administration of fluoride, painting it on, that you wouldn't need the 1:5 ratio. That could be, just general supervision, because fluoride can be provided without supervision by dental hygienists. So it would be under general supervision.
That was the intent of our discussion last time. So
that was my understanding. Yeah. I don't know if put it differently.
That's my understanding. So this language inserting this supervision ratios of dental hygiene students oversight while procedures, and then the add would be is authorized in subdivision A in section 1909, subdivision A section 1910 shall be at a clinical supervising faculty to 5 dental hygiene students. So that would give clarification on ratio, the 1:5 ratio is covering versus other procedures.
Right, and there would still be the direct supervision of the local anesthesia and of the curettage, because there is a dentist required for direct supervision.
Thank you. Does that require?
I don't know. That would be Tony. It would be amended.
So Anthony Lemon, Executive Officer, if the language is changed at all, then yes, there would be need to go back and re-vote on the agenda item. Are we amending that language, or did we just read off of the sections in there? Is there an amendment?
This is an amendment to the language.
Julie.
Yeah, we need to ask the maker of the motion. She would be open to amending the language that was just described.
This is Julie Elginer. I'm open to the amended.
I second.
Need a new vote.
Any comments? Any comment? Person comment?
Okazokai CDA, just can the amended language that's different than what was already approved about an hour ago, can that amendment be restated, please? Right, so and how it's different than what was passed. Yeah, thank you.
Addition, so we're at 1915.1, little d, number 5. The new language would read, supervision ratios of dental hygiene student oversight while performing clinical procedures. New language inserted would be as authorized in subdivision A and B, section 1909, and subdivision A, section 1910. That's a conclusion of the new language, going back to the former languages. Shall be at a minimum of 1 clinical supervising faculty member to 5 dental hygiene students. Did you get that? Yeah.
Any WebEx public comment?
This is the moderator. And if anyone has any comments on the amended motion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hands. And if you're on a mobile device, your hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options on your mobile device. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on the revised motion? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will now ask Crystal to call and for the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Lolly Agarwal.
Aye.
Julie Elgner.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen. Michael Long.
Aye.
Shridevi Panala. Motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item Red 7, legislative update, bills of interest, and legislative calendar. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Agarwal. The first legislation that is of board concern is Assembly Bill 224 by Bonta. It's healthcare coverage, essential health benefits. The board, the recommended staff position would be watch. This bill would, it's a little, sorry. This bill would express the intent of the legislature to review California's essential health benefits benchmark plan and establish a new benchmark plan for the year 2027. So right now it's still being in process. It's very early in the legislative process, so a lot of these bills are subject to change, and some just completely are gutted and amended at some point. But right now, this is where this stands as of March 4th, when it went to print. So I think you wanted to vote on each one.
Right. Are there any discussion? In-person comment? DCA moderator, assist in WebEx, please.
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand raise feature, the hand icon, and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hands. And if you would choose to use the Q&A feature, that is the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that comment feature?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. The next bill is Assembly Bill 341 by Arambula. This is Oral Health for People with Disabilities Technical Assistance Center Program. This bill would require the department no later than July 1st, 2027 to contract with a public California dental school or college to administer the oral health for people with disabilities. Technical Assistance Center program to improve dental care services for people with developmental and intellectual disabilities by reducing or eliminating the need for dental treatment using sedation and general anesthesia. Right now, the board staff position is watch because again, it's newer, but it is of concern because they want to reduce or eliminate the need for dental treatment using sedation and general anesthesia for people with developmental and intellectual disabilities, which might not be the best option. We have AB Assembly Bill 350, healthcare coverage fluoride treatments. The staff position would be, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, are we talking about this as we go? We
Okay,
just started
I think
one and then we do it. No, what
right.
are we doing?
I was told to, so.
Okay, what are we doing?
Madam Chair, go ahead.
We're separating each of these, having discussion, and a vote at the end. on
Okay,
all the bills.
then I misunderstood.
So we're gonna have a discussion?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I apologize.
Any committee member discussion on AB 341?
This is one that a caller called in on, that she was concerned as she works in a regional center. I read through this and I see the watch stand that Dr. Petty the staff is suggesting. I guess I honestly, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of discussion on it. I just wanted to pause for a minute, understand what this process is that we're doing right now, see if there was any additional discussion on concerns from the dental hygienist at the regional center. Telling me that bill is to potentially properly sedate disabled patients to do dental care.
That's, it says to improve dental care services for people with developmental and intellectual disabilities by reducing or eliminating the need for dental treatment using sedation and general anesthesia. So what they want to do is partner with dental schools to try and reduce the use of reduce the use of sedation by treating.
And so dental schools will sedation, or they're just going to try to treat with it doesn't. It's in public, in person.
Yes, and if
Thank you.
anyone else that will speak, I think that may understand this better too, because Okai CDA.
Yeah, it is. I'm just not sitting next to it.
Are we allowed to do public comment yet? Okay. So I think the idea is to reduce this because for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities in certain dental settings, they don't have the equipment to make the individuals feel safe, comfortable, and so they end up using anesthesia. So the idea would be to connect with places that have the ability to make the patient feel safe and comfortable to then reduce the need for anesthesia. And so that's why you partner with the schools. This has a lot to do with the state's efforts and CDA support of creating dental offices that are able to offer care to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities that would otherwise, if they don't have those needs met, need anesthesia in a different setting. That is my understanding.
Can you clarify what's safe, and comfortable setting versus?
Yeah, so like one example is the noise in the facility. So sometimes if a place is not able to have noise control, it can be overstimulating for the individual. So if there's a facility that is able to be like in a soundproof room, where they may not have that in a different setting, but they have it at this partner center, then they can do it there to make the patient feel more comfortable. Otherwise, the patient may not feel, the individual may not feel comfortable, and then they go, okay, let's just do anesthesia.
What they're talking about is desensitization programs that the universities have. They want to implement more desensitization so that the patient doesn't run the risk of dying under general anesthetic. So they're promoting desensitization prior to a person having to go under the.
So, and
Does
there-
that make sense?
Right, and exactly that's the correct term, which is why I welcome comments from experts. But yeah, so the idea is that because there's a increase in anesthetic use for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, they then go to a wait list and then potentially need to get anesthesia. Care is prolonged. So it's not that they're going to create a different standard of care for individuals and say, oh, we're going to give them less anesthesia. If they need anesthesia for their procedure, that is still what is recommended for patient safety. But this bill is to create more partnerships and community coordination to create dental offices that the individual is able to undergo their necessary procedures without the need for
This would
anesthesia.
potentially increase the patient care opportunity as well,
Yes.
to not wait for local anesthesia or general anesthesia. Yeah.
Yes. So I would say that sentence that is of concern in the written language in the summary. I think, that is an ultimate goal of the bill. It is not, there's no language in there saying to minimize standard of care and reduce anesthesia. The goal would be that because the setting of the dental environment, it makes the patient more comfortable and able to get the care that they need, then they don't need to resort to anesthesia.
May I expand on that? Just a quick question for you, if you can.
Yeah, if I know it.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding and I'm clear to this. We are not eliminating sedation
No.
per se, but we are just creating a different atmosphere to facilitate disability so they can have a better treatment response. Correct?
Absolutely. Correct.
So I
Yes.
just want to make sure we are aligning to the same path, and that's what is clear. Anesthesia and sedation is not being eliminated. It's just being created a more environment friendly for disabled person.
Right. And so then because right now we see an environment where because individuals are uncomfortable in their dental setting or the chair is not able to properly, it's not fitted for the individual, it's not accessible.
Stimulus.
Right. Or there's too much stimulus. So then, that's where the desensitization focuses, that this bill would require these kinds of partnerships to say, rather than it being a choice to partner, now it would be a requirement by law to ultimately reduce anesthesia use because of an environmental issue, not because of a health change.
Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Thank you.
My question is for either Dr. Petty or the person that was just commenting. Who is the sponsor of this bill? Because it's early enough in this process, I did not find in legislative analysts or any kind of information on the CalEdge info website. So there's no bill analysis. So I'm just curious if we know who's the sponsor.
I would say it's primarily being led by California North State.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
California North State University for Dental Sciences, CNSU.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Paul Glassman would be the best contact.
I would like to recommend the board, if they're going to take a watch position, to potentially reach out and see why dental hygiene schools aren't included in this particular bill as well. Because a lot of dental hygiene programs have the ability to work with special needs patients. They have the environment that they can create just the same as a dental school could. So, if we're going to really increase access to care, let's look at the whole team. Let's look at, all the resources we have available. So I would recommend that, you as a board recommend that, someone seek out the author and certainly we'll make sure CDHA does, to find out why we haven't broadened the scope to include dental hygiene programs as well.
Just for clarification, California North State University has an educational program that they are offering to the regional centers to implement this.
BCA moderator, facilitate the Q&A for public comment, WebEx.
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the issue, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Our first person in line is Kayla Sahara. Kayla, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You'll have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. And we can hear you,
Okay,
as well
great.
as the TV behind you.
Oh, sorry. Could you please turn the TV off? I'm so sorry, but thank you
Thank
for letting me speak. Our concerns, I'm actually an RDHAP who is also the dental coordinator at one of the regional centers. So in discussion with some of my other regional center dental coordinators and with some of our contracted RDHAPs, we have a lot of concerns about this bill. Partially because we are very rural. So many of our individuals would have a huge hardship getting to one of these dental schools to be able to participate in one of their programs. And the criteria that the public dental schools are going to have to meet is currently really vague. They spell out a few things, but they don't really outline how it's going to work. We also are concerned because it sort of suggests that regional centers are going to have a choice to participate, but many of us who already have programs in place that are working, we don't want to see those programs disrupted because honestly, we rely a lot on our RDHAPs who also provide desensitization at a great scale because they see the bulk of our patients. And when we started our dental hygiene program, we were having about 48% of the individuals were being referred, to dentists for immediate dental needs, abscesses, pain, such as that. Now that our program's been in place for 5 years, that is consistently around 10%.
30 seconds.
Also, teledentistry it would appear useful, but the dentist diagnosing the treatment is not going to be the dentist providing the treatment. So this is still going to leave us with the access to care issue in our rural settings. The other thing about that is the provider is not going to be able to pay for the exam and x-rays if it's already been done through teledentistry. And it's very difficult.
Time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Brookman. Linda, I'm going to send you a request to unmute and you'll have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
CDHA and oral health advocate. I just wanted to, if they could add to the language, always include the APs. This is why we have been created to work with special patient populations, and we can reach them in their home where they are. It's very much more comfortable for them. So on the prevention side, this is more of a way to work with this population. I've worked with special patients before, working in their homes. They are much more relaxed. They don't have the loud noises, the smells, and this is, so in the language somewhere include RDHAPs. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Cheryl Greer. Cheryl, I'm going to send you a request to unmute and you'll have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. And you're unmuted. You can go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, this is Cheryl Greer. I'm a RDHAP as well. And I also agree with Linda Brookman, as she said, I think it's better to leave the patient in their home, do desensitization there. They're much more comfortable in their own environment. I also work with special needs patients as well. And I know that leaving them in their own environment is not a shock to them going to a facility, which I think would be very difficult for them to have to travel or have someone to take them. So I think it would be inconvenient for them. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, I do not see any other requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment field?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
You. Turn to
I would like to change our watch to an oppose unless the RDHAP can be also listed on this. And I would ask that we send a letter to requesting that in addition to dental schools and colleges, that a contract with an RDHAP would be appropriate.
Do you want instead of oppose or support if amended?
Support if amended.
Is a little
Okay,
severe.
that's great. Thank you for offering that.
Now, this is Anthony Lam, Executive Officer. I just want the committee to please keep in mind that these positions from staff are basically looking at what the interest is of the board, of course, but that these bills that are introduced very recently could change over time. So that's why many of these bills, we just put a watch on there because we don't know what the final effect will be. So, every time when we put in, or I put in a position letter to the author, I specifically state, the version that we are supporting, because obviously in the future that bill could be amended, changed, and then if there's no date or version of the bill that's indicated on our support or opposed letter, then outside readers and the public won't know which version that we're supporting. So we might be by the end supporting something that totally changes. But I just wanted to clarify with the committee that, our positions take those things into consideration. Thank you.
Public comment, okay? Tukuzokai CDA. Just wanted to also share that this bill is for one California dental school, whichever one is awarded to make this contract. So it's not requiring all of the dental schools. This is for a program to create this kind of center. So it's not, I know there's a concern about how RDHAPs may be affected, especially those in very rural areas. I understand the concern and would like to say the way that this bill is written is not going to affect all regional centers and is only going to be kind of like consider it like a pilot, not a pilot program, but a contained program that will not affect all of them. And whichever school is awarded creates that partnership and program to meet what is required by law if this passes. So just also specifying that this is not going to completely transform the way regional centers and individuals with disabilities are treated, because this is about one specific program and requiring for one dental school to create this kind of program with these 10, I think it was 10 regional centers that they participate with. And it's for the regional centers will not be required to do anything. It is for the dental school that is awarded to create these partnerships. I hope that clarifies.
Sonia Hansen, can I restate that you call it a pilot, but more as a precedence?
Yeah, so this is to create a disabilities technical assistance center program. So a single program, and by law, if this passes the way it is currently written, one dental school will need to create these partnerships. So it is to create a specific program that is, they are saying, currently not
30 seconds
within the state by law.
As most legislation, that's kind of like what it does. It takes.
Right. So there is, for example, a program with UCLA that it's not required by law, but it's a program that they have. So this would require that whatever school is awarded, and it would be a state award if passed, that the state is supporting to whatever this award is, that would require that, for them to create this specific program at the school.
2 minutes.
And saying that, it is being primarily led by California North State University with Dr. Glassman, do with that as you will. So there's obviously interest in dental school support for such a bill to pass, but it is for any dental school to apply for that would then get a contract if this bill were to pass.
Thank you.
Dr. Petty, can you on to AB 350?
Sure. AB 350, sponsored by Banta, Healthcare coverage fluoride treatments. The bill would require a healthcare service plan, contract, or health insurance policy issued, amended, or renewed on or after January 1st, 2026 to provide coverage for the application of fluoride varnish in the primary care setting for children under 21 years of age. Staff recommends a support position.
Comment?
Joanne Galliano, and I've been involved in this legislation because Bonta is one of my, she's actually my assembly person. The only concern that we have from a hygiene standpoint is that at this point in time, there is concern that by having people that haven't been adequately trained to place a fluoride varnish and no referral system really set up, that these children, it would be a Band-Aid. In other words, it would be something that, you know, they would potentially, a parent could go to a primary care clinic, get the fluoride varnish and think that their kid was done. Wouldn't have to see a dentist, they wouldn't have to. So I would, at this point, I would take a watch and not a support. The author's been very good. CDA is one of the sponsors. We've been working with CDA on this. So I think it's going to be a good bill. But I think that we just want to make sure that the loopholes are closed so that we're ensuring that we're not having people do something that's preventive in nature, but could cause further problems down the line because they think a problem is solved. There's no, you know, guarantee of a dental home or someone getting to see a dentist for care if they should need it. So again, I would recommend a watch at this point.
Tukazokai, California Dental Association. And as was stated, yes, CDA is a co-sponsor of this bill. We're definitely in support of individuals being able to get their oral health needs met, holistic oral health needs met, and we're in the spirit of interprofessionalism and understanding different points of care access. We do think that this bill would increase prevention and access to prevention. However, this does not replace your oral health needs assessment or kindergarten oral health needs assessment. So there still would need to be a separate assessment that is required by law. And this does not replace a dental visit. There's a lot of research that does show, you know, with fluoride varnish, especially since it can be placed potentially, you know, depending on the individual more frequently than one would have their, you know, dental hygiene visit or dental appointments, that this could increase that access to care with those different touch points. And that fluoride varnish, you know, that's where the education comes in of requiring the education for your needed dental visits. But this is specifically for fluoride varnish and increasing the touch points individuals have where they could get that fluoride varnish for prevention.
I do have a question for you, sorry.
No,
Was this going to affect the public health? Because part of their job is going to provide fluoride varnish.
This is to increase the capacity for individuals to do that and the spaces they can do that. There is additional language in the bill as well where if a provider is doing health education, on that day they can do the fluoride varnish. But if someone is like, so for example, the kindergarten oral health needs assessment, there are some things where, you know, kindergarten oral health assessment, you don't bill for that unless it's in conjunction with something like treatment. Fluoride varnish is separate from that. So something we're still working on with the bill language is if someone has their kindergarten oral health needs assessment, that it doesn't hinder them from being able to get the fluoride varnish because you're billing for fluoride varnish, but you don't bill for a COHA. So that is still being carefully examined to make sure we don't create a new problem.
So that's creating more access, is what you're saying.
The short answer is yes, it should create more access and prevention, but it does not replace a dental visit.
Thank you.
I know I'm down here, so it's hard to see me that I'm raising my hand. So this is Julie Elginer. I just want to note that in reviewing the language of the bill, the substantive changes were to remove the other prophylaxis treatment for children 17 years of age up to now 21 years of age. So the bill was already in existence that is up to 17. It extends that age to to 21. Additionally, it allows for the department to establish and promulgate a billing policy for Medi-Cal providers. Those are the largest substantive changes as part of this piece of legislation, which is already in existence. Thank you.
Great, thank you. DCA moderator, would you facilitate the Q&A?
Certainly.
Comments?
Yes. So if anyone would like to make a comment on the bill under discussion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users can press *3 to raise your hand. And we do have a request from Linda Brookman. Linda, I'll send you a request to unmute. And you know you've got 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Yes. Go ahead.
Hello, board. Hello, board. Thank you. Again, Linda Brookman, CDHA. Just as a comment, yes, I'm so happy that it has been raised from 17 to 21. There's a lot of children going through transition, leaving their homes, going to colleges, but they may still go see their primary care. Adding fluoride to this age range is excellent. Also, these are first steps in medical integration and interprofessional education, which is the only way we're going to reach all the people that are not getting oral health care. I'm a big oral health care advocate and an educator on interprofessional education as well, and these are first steps. The one thing I would recommend in the language of this bill is to add that the nurses and the doctors that they are working for ensure that the child has a dental home. So that should be part of the education, oral health education. They do not, just to let you know, nurses and medical doctors do not learn anything about oral health. It is totally siloed, and this is the first step in bringing this together. Hopefully, in the future, we can have oral APs working with primary care doctors and pediatricians to bridge that gap and reach children that may never go to the dentist.
30 seconds.
And we can set up dental homes that way and educate the families as well. Thank you. So I would add language about what I mentioned. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this bill or this issue? Oh, and Rachel Doherty, I'm going to send you a request to unmute so that you can speak your question. Let's see. And go ahead. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm involved in a program where we train the pediatric offices, and it works really well. It does reduce decay by up to 59%. Now that they are allowed to apply those in the pediatric offices, since they usually are their first point of contact, and they don't typically find, especially Medi-Cal dental offices are difficult to find. And so I think that it should be supported as long as the language does include, like some of my colleagues have mentioned, that RDHs or RDHAPs are part of that process where they continue to provide the training to those offices, which includes we show them how to identify demineralization and tell them to please apply it directly to that, and then how to do the knee to knee technique and all that type of thing. And then also it should include that that they do refer to an oral health professional to complete further evaluations like the COHAs, and also referral to connect them with a dental home, like some of my colleagues have mentioned as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, I do not see any other requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on, I just wanted to clarify that HBC's position is a support on this. Now, Dr. Petty, we'll move on to AB
371, Haney dental coverage. This bill would require specified plans and insurers that cover dental services to offer urgent dental appointments within 48 hours of a request. non-urgent dental appointments within 18 business days of a request, and preventative dental care appointments within 20 business days of a request. This bill would require dentists to be available within 15 miles or 30 minutes from an enrollee's or insured residence or workplace. Staff recommends a watch.
Recommend discussion. Any in-person comment? DCA moderator, would you facilitate the Q feature for public comment?
Certainly. This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the AB 371, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hands. Are there any comments on this bill? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Dr. Petty, we move on to AB 489.
That bill is from BANTA, Healthcare Professions Deceptive Terms or Letters, Artificial Intelligence. This bill would prohibit AI programs from using terms, letters, or phrases in its advertising or functionality, falsely implying possession of a healing arts license. Licensing boards would have jurisdiction to enforce these provisions against people that or entities that develop or deploy such programs.
Thank you. I just want to communicate to the committee a conversation that I had with Darcy Sears, who's the policy analyst for Assembly Speaker Rob Rivas's office. In consultation with their office, I want to be clear about the fact that the speaker has concerns about what constitutes a person as part of AI, and being clear as part of our watch position, if we're going to continue to watch the bill, that the bill language is such that a human being is specifically called out as part of any kind of ability to be able to communicate or to communicate who that individual is communicating with. So I just wanted to say there's the speaker's office is in support of us taking a watch position, but one thing that the language specifically that they are looking for is making sure that potentially changing person to be entity or entity to be person or some sort of further clarification so that consumers are very clear that when they are communicating with an AI, that it is not a licensee and or not a person. So I want to just make sure that that position was communicated to our committee and to the larger board. Thank you.
Any in-person public comment? DCA moderator, would you facilitate Q&A feature for the public comment, please?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the let's see, the Artificial Intelligence Bill, AB 489. You can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on the current bill? I do not see any requests. Shall I close public comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Dr. Petty, can we move on to AB 873?
Yes, Alanis Dentistry Dental Assistance Infection Control Course. It removes the requirement for the unlicensed dental assistant to take the 8-hour infection control course prior to handling potentially infectious materials, and instead allows the unlicensed dental assistant 1 year to complete the course after continuous employment for 90 days. The board recommends the staff recommends an opposed position.
Discussion.
Tukazokai CDA. I did want to share that this bill language has changed from the time of
the, I believe the time that this post position was taken. CDA is a sponsor of this bill, and we would recommend a support position or even understand if you want to switch to watch. But we have a number of reasons that we do not think that the board should oppose this bill. Now, unlicensed dental assistants should have 90 days from the start of their employment to complete the state mandated 8-hour infection control course. This approach both balances patient safety and practical workforce needs. While all other licensed and permitted dental team members have already completed this training, requiring unlicensed DAs to finish the course before they can begin working creates unnecessary hiring delays, exacerbating the workforce shortages and limiting patient access to care. A 90-day window to complete the infection control course would not compromise patient safety, but would actually enhance the learning process by allowing new hires to apply real-world experience to their formal training. Now, I just want to clarify a few things that the bill would do. Now, this bill would ensure that unlicensed dental assistants can receive timely infection control training without unnecessary delays. This bill does not ask to remove the virtual format. In fact, the bill provides the authority for the dental board to approve specified course providers, including instructors applying to provide the 8-hour infection control course in a virtual format, interim therapeutic restoration courses, and radiation safety courses. That is language that was approved at last year's sunset bill. This also provides dentist employers with 90 days to ensure unlicensed
30
DAs can
seconds.
complete an 8-hour infection control course. And this, again, ensures that foundational knowledge is obtained prior to completing the course. It would provide necessary amendments to allow the board to swiftly begin approving ITR courses, modernized radiation safety courses that reflect the changing landscape of technology within the profession, and virtual formats for the 8-hour infection control course. So by shortening the previous one-year course completion windows to 90 days and expanding the course accessibility through virtual formats, AB 873 provides a practical solution that supports both dental practices and patient care.
I'm sorry, Tuka, Tuka, do you have more to say? All right, did you finish? Because
I think I said if you have questions, please ask. I think just reiterating that we're concerned about the current opposed position and that things are changing and in motion. We've been working with the dental board. We've been working with Christy Bell. So we're in communication.
I just want to make sure you have time because I appreciate your input.
Thank you so much.
And CDHA is so glad that CDA is working on the language with this. But we would say that the California Dental Hygienists Association is totally opposed to any unlicensed dental person dealing with any infectious material, blood, saliva, anything else, not only for their safety, but for the safety of the patients. So we would want to make sure that they are not dealing with those kinds of things before they take their infection control course. Even food supply people have to take courses before they deliver food. So this, regardless of the workforce issue, it's a safety issue, which is your responsibility.
Speak if allowed. Yes. So the requirement before was 120 days. So we do have a precedence of there being a time to take the infection control course, especially when individuals are hired and they need time to take the course. They can't start until exposure to blood and saliva. Now, the OSHA training and other required infection control is done. They're not going in as an unlicensed dental assistant without any understanding of infection control or meeting those OSHA standards that food safety providers, are also privy to. So there's still patient safety standards. It's just giving the time, and the time has shortened from 120 days to our recommendation of 90 days. The only precedence for before exposure to blood and saliva is from this last dental sunset bill. And there has been significant challenges in dentists being able to meet this, especially in rural areas where there isn't an in-person course in time.
I work in private practice. It's often that I see that an unlicensed dental assistant can be brought in and put into an opportunity to sterilize instruments, which I think puts them at jeopardy. And then if they're not understanding the proper course of process, that puts the patient in jeopardy as well. So I appreciate your additional comments, but I just from my experience, I think that training is essential early on.
Speaking from personal experience, when I was an unlicensed dental assistant a long time ago, I did primarily on the job training. So I did the OSHA training and then I had on the job training. Even with the 8-hour infection control course, there needs to be on the job training. So it's not that someone's going in and expected to do all the sterilization and appropriate infection control techniques without clear on-the-job training that the 8-hour course could then reinforce when they're able to take it.
So in this classification, we're talking about someone like front office person helping in the office? Is that what we clarify?
Or a
Because
licensed
if they're
dental
not
assistant.
licensed.
Yeah, or a different staff member, you know, a different,
back
yeah, not
office.
necessarily front office. I mean, I was trained by a registered dental assistant.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
So the scenarios that we usually face is like there are dental assistants who go through like Carrington program and stuff like that, where they get the dental assistant training for infection control. But when they're hired on the job, there is expectation to do like an 8-hour training again, which needs to be done within the 90-day period.
Yes, so this is for the 8-hour infection control course that would need to be done. We're recommending done within 90 days rather than before exposure to blood and saliva. CDA still supports having the virtual format be made available. That there currently isn't one. So if there were an online virtual format, we would understand why, you know, well, they take the online course and then they can do job day one. But right now, folks need to be hired and then they need to wait until a course is going to be offered, or they need to travel for their course if one is offered, even one within a certain radius. So it adds additional barriers for an individual to start their work before exposure to blood and saliva. But we do very strongly emphasize on the job training, which should happen anyway.
My concern is in the revised language that's in section 1750C, 1750C, and the information that has been stricken has successfully completed the board supervised or board approved 8-hour course for infection control, blah, blah, blah. And what has been added in continuous employment to the 90 days, as you have indicated, successfully completes a board approved course in infection control within a year of the date of employment. That last component is concerning to me, that someone has up to a year to be able to complete that. From a consumer protection standpoint, that seems excessive. Perhaps amending that language and removing the within a year for the date of employment might allow for some of that language to be, or some of the concerns to be assuaged.
Yeah, so just checking, this is 1750C you're referring to?
Yes, I am. And this is as of right now. So the proposed amendments that's in there right now specifically includes that within a year of the date in the employment. That language is concerning from a consumer protection standpoint.
Yeah, so that it still does require though that if they've been employed for 90 days or more, they need to complete the course.
But within a year.
Within a year. The very last part of that, within a year of the date of employment, that's an extended period of time to complete an 8-hour course.
Okay, I will review that language as well, just to double check, because we are recommending within 90 days.
Sonia Hansen, and also in addition to that, isn't infection control being taught also online? It's no longer a need to be present as a class one.
This, yes,
So
this
it could
is
be done more readily accessible in a shorter period of time.
Yeah, so there currently isn't a board-approved, dental board-approved infection control course for the 8-hour infection control, which is a more robust course. Now, the other infection control trainings and the 2-hour course, the OSHA course, those are available online and can be completed.
So can we reword or amend the word? So since it's more readily accessible now, can that be a shorter period of time as is stated by Dr. Ellinger?
Right, which is readily accessible right now, because this course currently isn't available. Other courses are. So we're working on a mechanism and encouraging one to be made so there can be an 8-hour board approved infection control course online, and ideally accessible, right, affordable. That there currently isn't one, but the law says that, you know, if one were available, right, assuming one becomes available, that it would meet the requirements of law for their training.
So that will shorten the length of time.
Right.
And access to that service.
Right. And when we've asked the dental board, which we can also, you know, show formal letters and encourage the dental hygiene board to also send this, but, you know, how we can't guess how quick it will be or how long. So we don't know if it's going to be a 2-year process, because not only does there need to be a mechanism for the standards of the 8-hour course, then individuals need to apply and then meet those standards. So there isn't even the standards yet for an online course format.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And I do want to thank Dr. Eldner for a question on the 90 days. I just want to double check that. I don't want to speak out of turn. So I'm going to double check because I see that language. And then we'll get back to you and see exactly how I can specify.
Joanne Galliano, and again, I've been involved with the discussions with this from the aspect of CDHA. The issue, though, here is you're taking someone unlicensed off the street with no training or no knowledge of what it means to handle instruments that have blood or saliva, to sterilize a room that has blood or saliva, to even know what to clean in a room. And you're saying that they can have patient contact and they can deal with these potentially infectious materials without any training at all. And I think the bill could be amended to allow, there are 8-hour infection control courses out there. They exist. They just haven't been board approved. So again, the board can approve existing, they don't have to create their own, they're out there. The National Dental Assisting Association has one, an 8-hour infection control program that's available. My concern is if we're looking at consumer protection, we're not looking at job market availability at this point. We're looking at consumer protection. I personally would not want someone working with me that didn't have basic training in infection control. And again, I think that the issue that CDHA has with this is not, however you deliver it, it's fine. It doesn't matter if it's online. It doesn't matter how, if the lab, just they need to have at least some basic understanding of what they are getting into and how to protect themselves from injury. And some of them don't even know what PPE is, what personal protective environment. I've seen assistants turn gloves inside out because they thought they could just wash them off because they don't understand. So to me, the fact that we're saying that we're going to give them 90 days, in 90 days, you can infect a lot of people and you can infect yourself.
Time.
So I just don't think that, again, with food service, they have to do it immediately. They can't be employed without a food service license. Let's make it so, get them trained, get them on the job, make it accessible.
DC moderator, facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment, please.
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the bill in discussion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our calling users may press *3 to raise their hands. And the other option is to look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. We do have a request for comment from Linda Brookman. Linda, I'll send you a request to unmute. And you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking my comment again. I fully stand behind what Joanne Galliano has just said. It's even a little shocking to me that they can just take an online course. I know in dental hygiene courses, there's a whole the didactic part of it, but there's also the clinical part of teaching how to wipe things down, what to wipe things down, what to look for, how to prepare the instruments and such. And to have someone with no knowledge of infection control, it needs to be, they should not be working with patients until they have passed this course. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one more request for comment from Cheryl Greer. Cheryl, I'm sending you the request to unmute. And you're unmuted.
Cheryl Greer again, RDHAP. I think for public safety, it's crucial that training is performed ASAP. I would even say even before they get into an office, have some type of training on OSHA. I would as well was a dental assistant before I became a hygienist. So in working in different offices, I see OSHA failure all the time. So proper sterilizing and cleaning the room properly to prevent the spread of disease is crucial. So for the public safety, I would have to say this is like should really be looked into. Thank you.
Thank you. And next request for comment is from call-in user 23. And call-in user, you can press *6 to unmute your microphone.
Hi, Ellie Francisco, RDHAP. I too, I echo the other hygienists, Linda Brookman and Cheryl Greer. I also heard mentioned probably 3 times in this last hour about rural participants and rural people. Sorry, I'm outside walking my dog. Rural residents and patients. And I don't think, and I kind of I'm a little concerned that this bill is trying to increase, as you increase dental assistance access to rural patients, you're further endangering them. And I just think it's totally anathema to what we as a dental hygiene board is all about, dental hygiene providers. So we really need to be careful about misusing that phrase rural and dumbing down care to them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do not see any further requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just a couple of points, and well, 1 point and 1 question of clarification. On the infection control course, does it, in a perfect world, they'd all be board approved? Does it have to be board approved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, because all I see in our excerpt is that if they're not in a board approved program, but it has to be a board approved
Yes,
infection control.
It
Okay.
does need to be a board approved course, yes. And to clarify, it is going to be 90 days, not 1 year. Those amends have not been published yet, but just to clarify, it will be the course within 90 days, not up to 1 year. So I think that's where there was the confusion of what is currently online. And as I say, at the very least to take a watch position rather than oppose as the language is changing.
And my second point is on our position, the recommended position. Just for the committee, it is a recommended position. A lot of times that we've had individuals in the past comment on opposed positions. It's a little softer, I would say, but if we can change it, if we don't go to a watch, but if we go to oppose unless amended. But the only thing about the if amended is that we have to come up with what we would like to see in the amendment. So that's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Petty, we move on to AB 966.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. What is the committee's position then? Is it oppose unless amended, or is it watch? Can we just come to some consensus around that, please?
Oppose, in my opinion.
So may I state on that, it could be supported amended or oppose amended, unless amended. So it could be either or. So we just have to make a unanimous decision into which way in direction we want to go to as a committee.
But if you choose an oppose unless amended, we would need to advise the author as to what you want it to be amended.
Can I enlighten a little bit on that? And I know and I understand the resident feelings of the rest of the community of hygienists. But this is something that is being looked into further also prevent, because we can't help to happen. Things are going to happen whether we want it or not. So we creating a path that at least is going to help eliminate some of the losses or anything like that, right? This is more for, sorry, let me restate it that as if I'm being clear about this. This legislation, this bill, is being created to prevent people with non-practice and non-licensing to have access to infection control. So eliminate some.
No.
Okay, so I take that back. I'll take that back. So I understand. You may.
I think the opportunity here is to get a unlicensed dental assistant in an operatory, before the training requirement. So my problem is that's my problem. They should be trained prior to
Touching anything.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to clear. And I guess I didn't specify it right. So
No, all good.
So
thank you
even
for clarifying that.
like even 90 days,
Too long.
too long. Before they touch anything, they should be trained.
They should be trained. Correct. I thank you so much, everyone.
So that would be my, to confirm the opposed stance of the board. I would support opposed, straight opposed.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer again. The straight oppose that can be presented as recommended from staff. But if you do put an oppose unless amended, the unless amended part could be that you would prefer to have the training done before the person starts working. That could be your amendment.
So
Just a suggestion.
This is Julie Elginer. It sounds as though the concern is around the 90-day grace period, whether it was 90 days or 120 days or 1 year or whatever that language is. So as I am listening to the discussion from our committee members as well as from the public, the concern seems to be around the ability for the dental assistant to be able to have access to the public without having the 8-hour course for that time period. So it seems to me that the position could be opposed unless amended, and the amendment is the removal of the 90-day, 120-day, or the 1-year time period.
What would be the point of the bill if we did amend it to remove that? It seems to me that the whole point of the bill is to allow that grace period. So if we did amend it to remove the grace period, then there's no bill.
Maybe, but again, it seems as though the concern is allowing people to be able to have access to the public without having completed the infection control. And if it is the position of this board that that should not happen, then that's the position of the board.
Can I just to give a little history? I mean, a bill was passed last year that did say that they would not be able to, the whole reason for this bill was that there was a bill last year that required dental assistants, unlicensed dental assistants would have to be trained prior to providing patient care. So that already existed. So I think that is why it has to be an opposed position, because at this point, right now, the way it stands, they have to have that before they can work on patients. So if you oppose unless amended, again, there really isn't anything to amend there. You're either making a stance that you want it to stay the way it is now, which says you have to have that infection control course prior to doing patient care, or you want to start going with days in between. And I think what I know, I as a consumer am saying, and also as a dental professional who was an unlicensed dental assistant as well, that I don't think that we should let anyone be, put anyone in that at risk for any kind of exposure to themselves or to patients without having at least some training. In the 8-hour course, again, if I was going to amend, I'd say amend it to say that they could take any 8-hour infection control course. I really don't care. I would be happy with any 8-hour infection control course, Danby's, anybody that's out there that's got one, because they just need to have some idea of what they're going to be faced with. And sending them out with nothing is to me, that's just a disservice to the public and disservice to the actual assistant.
And if a 8-hour course is a SERP course, it's automatically approved.
Yeah, if it meets the standards of what is needed for the California Dental Board or the Dental Board of California. I did also want to share so that, there was the 120 days, but prior to last year's sunset bill, that would give 120 days. So this language is already more conservative than what happened before 2025. However, I do want to also share a lot of important discussion around the importance of infection control and safety for the consumer, and CDA 100% stands by that we want to make sure that individuals are getting safe care, and that is why there is still other required infection control. They're not going in without any training. They need on-the-job training either way. Whenever they start a role, they need that training by individuals from the dental team in the office. There is the required OSHA training, so there is a level of infection control and standards of safety with infection control, at least from OSHA. For the 8-hour course, we are giving them time to be able to take that course within 90 days, and it's not going to be a year. It's not 120 days. It's 90. I did also want to share that surpassing all other dental practice topics, the California Dental Association has heard from a number of member dentists across the state about this. In the last few months, it's been 23% of our calls about challenges for their dental assistants to be able to take this course. This is not about rural health only, which we do not want a double standard of care. This is not changing requirements for infection control to give a second class of care for individuals in rural areas. That is absolutely not, and that would be discrimination. This is about making sure individuals can get the education they need, the training they need, and protect consumers by making sure they have the right infection control. But when we see that a bill has had unintended consequences, which is what has happened with the sunset bill, specifically with this before exposure to blood and saliva, that individuals are not able to hire, not just in rural areas. It is difficult for folks to take this class. Now, with the oppose unless amended, if the board wants to recommend that other 8-hour infection control courses could be offered online, that is up to the board. But at this time, we see a significant challenge with hiring, training, and we think that the 120 days, it was, the 120 days that has been repealed, to at least consider 90 days of continuous employment to be able to take the course in that time while still doing on-the-job training to prevent any kind of disease spread within the office because of that extra training, that even if they take the 8-hour infection control course, we don't want them to just and then start working without all the job training. Either way, that would be required. A level of infection control understanding would be required with the OSHA course.
I'm looking on CalEdge Info website right now, and it looks as though Section 2 of Section 1755 of the BMP Code is repealed. And that language that's stricken is all about the infection control components. The 8-hour course, 6 hours being didactic, 2 hours being laboratory instruction. The course should have specific instructional objectives. The course shall at a minimum have the following criteria that relate to Cal OSHA regulations. There are probably 40 pages, or excuse me, 40 lines of text that begin with 1755A, subsection A, all the way to subsection G. All of that is being repealed. May I ask why that is the case?
For this bill, so the language has not been updated yet. So that's why it could become a watch bill, because there's going to be new language for this full bill. We're not going to repeal all the infection control language.
But I think for the purposes of this, we don't have that updated language. And so it doesn't make any sense for us to take a watch position if we have concern about massive changes that are as of today. So I would not support a watch position with the language that's currently available.
And I do want to mention about the shortage of dental assistants is there, but safety comes first. But whoever is applying for the dental assistant jobs, they are coming with training. And like we rarely see people coming and they want to be dental assistants because they want to learn on the job. That's not happening a lot lately. It's mostly people who want to be dental assistant. They go to the schools for dental assistant training, and in the schools they go through infection control. And the rule was about 180 days of time was given earlier for them to get this 8-hour training, but still then it was hard for us to find those classes. And finding a class for 8 hours is even more difficult now. I personally recruited an assistant who went through the Carrington College courses. She had 8 to 18 months of training, but still we had to make sure she had a training within the 90 days. Until then, she could not touch a patient. And it was really hard for us to find a training for her in the 45-day period, because the board certified trainings are really difficult to find. And sometimes the challenges of having people travel to farther distances to get the training done for the 8 hours is also challenging. So if they do a 2-hour infection control training and they wait to get the 8-hour training in that 90-day period and get on-job training has been allowable for a long time. But I think as dentists, the dental team does not want to put the patient at risk or the other staff members at risk. That is definitely taken into consideration. But we should probably have more dental board approved infection control courses, which will increase access for the assistants to get trained. That might be an area we want to focus on, because that's actually a limiting factor right now.
So anyone that's gone through, say, Carrington dental assisting program, if they apply for their license and get their RDA, they don't need to take the 8-hour course. They only have to take the 2-hour. It's the unlicensed dental assistant that needs the 8-hour course.
But everyone who goes through the dental assistant program training does not get the RDA certification. They have to take again a RDA, board certified RDA course to get.
No, they can apply.
Yeah. But everyone is not applying. Some people just want to be a DA.
Right, which at that point, yes, then they do take the 8-hour.
Yeah.
But if they've already had it with, why can't they get their RDA? So, it's neither here nor
Mhm.
there. But licensed dental assistants, RDAs, not need
No.
to take the 8-hour course. It's a not simple, it's a 2-hour infection control course from the dental board. Only if they're an unlicensed DA. And a lot of those unlicensed DA are people street. So not necessarily, if I've spent the money to go to Carrington and get take an RDA program, I'm going to get my RDA license, but I can't answer to any of it. So.
Okay.
Let me ask again, just for clarification, where we landed, are we landing on oppose unless amended, or watch?
I think we are going with the pose. Right?
And if we oppose, or if we oppose unless amended, we have to offer specific language to the author's office where our areas of concern are. And for the purposes of this discussion, it sounds as though the concern is that the 90-day component, the language that's currently available is up to 1 year. And we also have concern over the stricken language, which is section 1755 of the Business and Professions Code being repealed. Is that a fair summary? Okay, thank you.
So now, what are you at opposed or opposed unless amended?
So how are we gonna write? Julie just summarized.
The 3 areas of concern were as the language is currently on the California Legend phone website right now. The 90-day, the availability for the dental assistants to be able to wait for 90 days to be able to take the infection control course. Number two, that it's up to 1 year of employment. And number three, that this would repeal section 1755 of the Business and Professions Code, starting with subsection A all the way through subsection, just a second, G.
May I ask a question of clarification? If that's okay with the board. So if board staff is being directed by the board to share these concerns, and by the time the letter is written, there is new language out that is going to address these concerns or may not address these concerns, is there an ability for, like, to consider at the next dental hygiene board meeting, or to just be aware that there may be time and energy spent on a letter by the staff that is not going to address language of the bill? Again, just here to think of staff time and capacity and giving a good faith heads up that language will change. But I also understand that you have what is in front of you right now and you need to go based off of that. I'm just trying to give a good faith effort, understanding staff time.
Yeah, this is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. If the committee chooses to recommend the opposed unless amended position, of course, the full board would have to approve that. But we would basically create the opposition letter with the amendments with the current version of the bill that we're viewing. There would be an opportunity to change that stance because we will be in July. I know that's after committee hearings and the like, but that's the closest that we could come to that unless there's a additional meeting convened. But that would be the next time we would address it, is in July.
And just in the good faith thought. So if the concern is 1 year, it is changing to 90 days, but I'm also hearing from committee members that they want it still to remain before exposure to blood and saliva. So just putting that out there as a thought too, because we are addressing the 1 year, but I think there's some stronger language that your board would like to see. So in good faith, just sharing that. We are addressing the 1 year, but maybe not to the extent that the board would like.
Yeah, this is Anthony Lum again. Yeah, just from what I heard from committee members is that, the concern, even with the public, is for individuals who are unlicensed to even start working without this infection control training. So, as us as a consumer protection agency, that's something that's very top priority for us.
And we can work with Representative Alanis to be more specific on what infection control measures are required. So if not the 8-hour infection control course, what kinds of consumer protections we do have in law and also in practice.
I'm against changing the board's position from opposed to opposed unless amended. The amendment that we want to propose is the change of blood and saliva exposure. That's the whole point of this bill. So we're wanting to amend something that the whole point of the bill is to allow the unlicensed assistant to go into practice before their exposure to blood and saliva, yet the bill is stating the blood and saliva. So we're asking them to amend their entire bill. That just doesn't make sense that the author is going to make those changes. So why are we spending our time on amending a bill when we know that amendment it'll be fruitless for us to amend the bill?
Can I make a comment too? And at this point, the law is written to require that they do have training prior to working with patients.
Which is what we're asking.
That is the current law. So yeah, you're asking to amend a bill back to what the current law is. So I don't know that you want to ask to, I think Michael's right. At this point, you oppose it because basically you want what's in law right now to stay in law. What I'm hearing this is the primary concern. It's in law already requiring that. So there would be no reason to amend this bill to require what's already in law, just to oppose it, because if you oppose it and it fails, then you're going to have what you want. You're going to have the training have to happen before they're involved with blood or saliva.
I'm fine with that, whether it's oppose unless amended. I think both of those get to the same position, quite honestly. It's just a matter of kind of signaling to the author's office and to the sponsor that, you know, where our areas of concern are. I just want to go on record and being very clear about the fact that my personal position, that is that I have deep concerns over Section 1755 of the BMP Code being repealed through this piece of legislation.
So just to clarify, we're going to stick with oppose for AB 873. Okay, we will now move on to AB 966.
Sorry. That would be Carrillo Dental Practice Act, foreign dental schools. This bill would maintain approval of any foreign dental school whose program was approved by the board prior to January 1st, 2024, until the school has been issued a denial of accreditation by CODA and the school does not appeal. The school has been issued a denial by CODA following the completion of the appeals process, or the school withdraws its application for accreditation by CODA, provided the school applies for accreditation on or before January 1st, 2026. This bill would require an applicant who is a graduate of a foreign dental school with its extended approval to agree to practice dentistry full-time in one of 5 specified practice settings for at least 2 years, the first 3 years of licensure. Staff is recommending a watch position.
Committee member discussion. Any in-person public member discussion? DCA moderator, would you facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment, please?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the bill, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. And if you cannot do that, you can look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Are there any comments on the bill? I do not see any comment requests. Shall I close the public comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
We will now move on to SB 62.
That would be by Menivar, healthcare coverage, essential health benefits. Hopefully I didn't massacre their name. It would express the intent of the legislature to review California's essential health benefits benchmark plan and establish a new benchmark plan for 2027. And the staff is taking a watch, or staff recommends a watch position.
Any member comment? Any in-person comment? DCA moderator, would you facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment, please?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the bill, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Call-in users may press *3 to raise your hand. Instructions are on the screen. Are there any comments on the bill? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
We would now move on to the last SB 350.
That would be Calbadon Health Facilities. This bill would prohibit a private equity group or hedge fund involved in any manner with a physician or dental practice doing business in the state from interfering with the professional judgment of physicians or dentists in making healthcare decisions and exercising power over specified actions, including, among other things, making decisions regarding coding and billing procedures for patient care services. Staff recommends a watch position.
Discussion?
I do. This is Julie Elginer. I just want to say that this is an incredibly important bill from the standpoint of as more and more facilities, particularly in rural parts of the state, fall under things like maternity care deserts, and we're struggling to provide care. We have seen an increase in the number of private equity firms that have come in and, quote, rescued these facilities. And they have placed very specific limitations on providers. We're seeing this from a health policy standpoint, as well as just the various facilities that are struggling. So I want to commend our staff for identifying this piece of legislation and let the committee members know that as practitioners and generally just as people who are concerned about access in the state of California and beyond, that we are seeing this happening. This is absolutely happening. It is not a fictitious or something that is hypothetical. It's very much an area of concern. So thank you for highlighting this.
Any in-person comments? DCA moderator, would you facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment, please?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the bill, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment and click send. And calling users can press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the bill? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
We are now going to vote. AB 3.
I had a question for because of the recommendation for AB 341 in the committee members' addition of the RDHAPs aspects and in trying to include them. And knowing that this board is a consumer protection agency, does that really apply for us to try and inform the author of the bill to include that license category? Or is that something that professional associations should support and push?
I mentioned to support if amended. Understanding more information about the bill, I'm okay with a watch position if the board wants to just continue to watch this bill.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Staff.
Before we vote, I did want to just understand what the board's position was on AB 350, healthcare coverage treatments. Currently as support, but we also talked about having a watch position.
Right.
Support. Okay. All right. Very good.
So should we clarify each of the bills? Okay, so AB 224 is a watch. 341 watch. 350 support. 371 watch. 489 watch. 873 oppose. 966 watch. 62 watch. 351 watch. Can we have a motion? Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make the motion.
This is Julie Elginer. I move that the committee follow the, I move for the Legislation and Regulatory Committee to recommend to the full board to approval for the proposed positions as follows. AB 224, watch. AB 341, watch. AB 350, support. AB 371, watch. AB 489, watch. AB 873, oppose. AB 966, watch. SB 62, watch. SB 351, watch.
Is there a second?
I, Sonia Hansen, seconded.
Are there any committee member discussion? Are there any in-person public comment? DCA moderator, would you facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment, please?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment about the positions taken, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise your hand. Are there any comments? We do have one comment from Kayla Sahara. Kayla, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi again. Thanks for letting me speak one more time to AB 341. We just want to add that we do definitely support the addition of the RDHAPs to the language, that we would still like you to continue to watch, watch status even with that addition. And we'd also maybe like to see that this be a pilot project rather than legislation for this board's support. Thank you all for meeting today and letting us all have our moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do not see any further requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal, and I will now call the roll. Lali Agarwal.
Aye.
Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen. Michael Long.
Aye.
Shudevi Panala.
Aye.
Motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move to agenda item Leg Reg 8, future legislation and regulatory committee agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendations or comment for any future legislation? And
I have two questions for our executive officer and for the committee in general. Number one is, and this is for Dr. Petty. So sorry, I'm just wondering, is it possible to request that, if possible, along with the legislation and the position, that if it is publicly available, can we obtain the information on the sponsor of the bill as pieces of legislation are being introduced? I recognize that at the time of publication, it's difficult because the bill analysis has not been completed by the committees, and so that may not be public available. However, to the extent that it is available, could you please add that to our information? That would be helpful. Thank you. And my second question is, and I think this was alluded to earlier, given the fact that we do not meet again as a committee until July, is there a mechanism for this committee to be convened between March and July, given the fact that there is oftentimes moving parts, as well on the positions that we've taken, as well as bills, could become that were spot bills, could be moved into language that may pertain. So I'm just curious, is it possible to reconvene, or how does that work? And forgive me, this is just my first meeting, so I'm trying to understand the process. Thank you.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Yes, we can convene an additional meeting. It can be teleconference, it can be in person, what have you. We can always do an additional meeting to address board business like this. And that wouldn't be an issue, but it's at the president's prerogative to do so. Okay.
any more comments? Any in-person public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
This is the moderator. We've opened up public comment. If you have a comment, you can look for the hand icon, click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. And if you can't find those, then the question mark icon, you can click on that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any more comments? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
This is Member Long. I would like to request a future agenda item for discussion and possible action on amending to 16 CCR section 1116, the RDHAP mobile dental hygiene clinic in regards to the requirement of the AED.
Thank you all for attending the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting. We will now adjourn at 2:58 p.m.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just to inform all the board members, we have a very short full board reestablishment of quorum, and then we're done. So if you can bear with us for 5 more minutes, that would be wonderful to get everybody in position, establish the quorum. Hopefully we'll be finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll be moving to Agenda 7, future agenda items. Agenda number 6, we're going to do a roll call. We're going to establish a forum. Crystal, please, could you?
This is Lily and Agarwal. I will now call the roll. Commissioner
Present.
Pat Hansen. Matthews.
Present.
Present.
If you could use your microphone, that would help.
A quorum has been established.
Thank you, Nayeli. Now we move into agenda number 7. Any future agenda items? Their board have any recommendations for future agenda items? Moving to the public. Does the public have any agenda items they'd like to be further? I see none. We moving forward. Moderator, would you open the QA code?
Certainly. If anyone would like to suggest an item for a future agenda, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users can press *3 to raise your hand. And if those don't work, you can look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning. And we do have a request for comment from Cheryl Greer. Cheryl, I'm sending you your request to unmute.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
This is Cheryl Greer, RDHAP, and wanted to see if we can add for the future agenda item is ITR, adding that to a CE course, or yeah, if we can add ITR to a CE course so that we can have that more accessible for RDHAPs. Also, I would like to see ask if we can add about dental hygienists and alternative practice writing prescriptions such as fluoride toothpaste, chlorhexidine, things that are in our scope of duties, and also being able to get a script for oxygen that is required for us in order to anesthetize a patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do not see any other requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Moderator, please do close the feature.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda 8. Are there any comments from the public, or the meeting is adjourned? Thank you for your attendance.